Do it here. We are live. Week in review. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a good week, and hopefully have some exciting stuff to share with everybody this week. Continued with my usual research. A lot of last few weeks, I did a lot of reading. This week, I have some reading, but not as much reading. I might have a guest this week, David from Active Inference, one of the regular panels, reached out. He saw that I had covered last week the Carl Friston on Monism, and he'd spoke. He had been on the panel. He's a regular panelist of the Active Inference, and so we were messaging, and he was telling me about Kabbalah and his interest in Kabbalah, and he's in China, so he's probably asleep right now and maybe waking up soon. And so if he wants to join, I said maybe in the morning, like 10 o'clock. Hopefully I'll go a few hours. I got quite a bit of research to cover this week. Always some things I could read or talk about. So I'll jump right in with my screen share, just to share some of the links and cover my week in review, some of the things that happened this week. So this man was mentioning Kabbalah, that Carl Friston and Active Inference, and he had a little interest in Kabbalah. So I got this book by Dr. Chaim, Kabbalistic Panpsychism, and so I have a few articles related to that, related to Kabbalistic Panpsychism and Monism. I covered last week was Monism in depth, and so hopefully I'm going to talk more about Monism and a little bit of review what we covered last week. So make this full screen, just share some of these links. Okay, so I was on Defense Politics Asia earlier today talking about, God forbid, the war in Ukraine. So you haven't really been covering it that much, but Wyatt, thank God, is Defense Politics Asia. So I check that channel relatively frequently for updates. So it turns out this man, Chitash, who has a podcast locally, reached out to me, and he had just interviewed Wyatt from Defense Politics Asia, and he found me from Defense Politics Asia, and hopefully we're going to stream on Thursday, and it'll probably be on his channel, so it won't be on my channel, but whenever, if it's live or whenever he posts that, I'll share it on social media. A local man in Metro Detroit calls himself Chitash and has an interesting YouTube channel where he does book summaries of various books. So, intellectual, a bibliophile. So hopefully that will be an interesting interview. So just relate to, the Defense Politics Asia, a lot going on in Ukraine. If people are in the chat or, show up or want to talk about it, I could share my thoughts, but, it's a tough situation. It's tough to know what's going on. The media deciphering the facts from fictions is extremely difficult. And, that's why I tuned into Defense Politics Asia, and I was we were talking about interesting things, scenarios, God forbid, the casualties, the Ukrainian offensive. It's the consensus among most of the people on Defense Politics Asia, God forbid, Ukraine is losing the war, and there will be a counteroffensive. This guy, Dan Castle, a former U.S. Marine who is now in Siberia, was saying some interesting things, Wild Siberia, about his speculation that there will be a Ukrainian offensive after Bakhmut. So eventually Ukraine, they have about 10 battalions in waiting, which could be as many as 50,000 troops. And there will probably be some extreme Ukrainian offensive, and that will probably be, God forbid, about the end of the Ukrainian troops. And then Wyatt was making the point about the difference between Wagner and Russian. So the Russian army does not like to take heavy casualties. So when the Russian army starts losing, basically they pull out, as where the Wagner forces will fight line by line and take heavy casualties along with Ukraine. So they're speculating that possibly the Russian strategy is basically to drain all of the Ukrainian troops in Bakhmut, just trying to hold the line. And the Wagner mercenary forces could have a tit for tat losses together with the Ukrainian army, and as where the Russian army will try to minimize their casualties. So there's a few interesting points, and it's 10 people and all the different views, and there wasn't really too many Americans on the panel. I mean, the one guy's in Siberia now, a former U.S. Marine. Vaughn is U.S. and people across Europe, Africa. So international panel was pretty interesting. So if anyone in the chat or wants to talk more about the situation in Ukraine, but I figured I'd pop on Defense Politics Asia and see what's going on. So I popped up last night. They had on sorry, let me share that link. Modern day debate. So Ashley, who God forbid had got a strike on her channel, but was able to have it removed. So she's back, and she was on Modern Day Debate last night debating, are men more wimpy? And it was a low class debate. It was a bunch of yelling, and God forbid. But I joined the after stream, and God forbid, I was on for like almost 6 hours. The conversation just went and went and went, and I guess she was kind of drunk, and there was interesting people. This guy Alex, the half Jewish pickup artist dating coach, and so like some dating coaches, and I mean the actual topic of the debate was interesting. Like, are men more wimpy? And it wasn't very nuanced or academic in the sense of like a real understanding of like a global picture, a local picture, definitions, and the after show wasn't much better. There was a few interesting points, like talking about Jewish culture, and I was talking about like what it's like to be ladylike in terms of like I went to all boys school, and there's all girls schools, and what do they teach girls at all girls schools, maybe Jewish schools, and saying, well, part of what they teach them is how to be a mother, how to be a wife. And the sense that some of the women were like shocked and like feminists, like, what does it mean you're trained to be a mother, trained to be a wife? And think to a certain extent, like it's pretty important, like that you would think like God forbid, just thinking that people need to be trained how to be a father, trained to be a mother, and like if you could just figure it out. So it looked like this Nina woman, she was kind of interesting, who knew this guy Zerka in Texas. So I didn't even realize she was streaming. I just checked. She has a Twitch channel that actually has a pretty big Twitch channel. So I didn't even realize she was streaming at the same time. And but she was doing like a 24-hour stream. That guy Alex, playing with fire. Coach Ryan, another dating coach. Ashley is like a interesting woman, but she might write an essay about her experience in the manosphere. So I told her she needs a writing coach. I would help her out with her writing, in terms of like as a woman who we were also talking about that all male spaces, and like can you have a woman in the manosphere? Is there such a thing? Like all male spaces, and versus like so to say, like the Andrew Tate manosphere versus Orthodox Jews, where it's like, okay, you have gender segregation among Orthodox Jews, which is completely different than like the manosphere of pickup artistry, where men gather to talk about women or techniques about picking up women or various things, as opposed to just having all male spaces. So the conversation went on and on and on. And so people check that out on not your everyday Ashley, the post stream from Modern Day Debate. This was a little bit interesting. The New York Times New York Times article about wealth transfer in terms of Generation X and the baby boomers, and saying like the baby boomers are, God forbid, they're dying off, retiring, and the transfer of wealth from the baby boomers to Generation X. Also, a lot of like America was already largely founded. Businesses are formed, real estate has already been purchased, and so there's not really a frontier anymore. And so that, and also like the first generation to do worse than the previous generation, even in terms like baby boomers to Generation X, that Generation X is not necessarily doing better than the baby boomers and millennials and the silent generation, even worse in the prospects. So there was some graphics. Here you see like wealth distribution in terms of the top 1%, the top 10% hold like 60% of the wealth. The bottom 50% only have like 2-3% of all the wealth. And so the New York Times was focusing on inheritance, so that the baby boomer generation is retiring and dying off, and Generation X and the millennials are set to inherit, and it'll be a unequal distribution of wealth, because the majority of the wealth acquired by the baby boomers will be passed on through inheritance. So these are important issues facing America, generational. Here you see also this doesn't have separation for Jews, but household share of wealth, and you see whites hold a substantial amount of wealth, and you see other. So if you have black and Hispanic, so the other is probably Asians. So Asians holds significantly more wealth than blacks or Hispanics, even though they're a smaller population. Blacks and Hispanics are both over 10% of Americans, where Asians are only a few percent, and the Jews are probably included in white. And it's likely, if that white was differentiated between the Jewish whites and the non-Jewish whites, that Jews probably hold 20-30% of this wealth, but they don't differentiate that here. So just an interesting thing from the Times. So God forbid, I'm not sure if anyone uses PDF drive. So like it stopped working. PDF drive, it's no longer working. You can't download from there. And copyright. Internet Archive has also been like struck. So Internet Archive is facing a ton of lawsuits. And so if people know, like trying to get freeware books, so Internet Archive is facing legal troubles. And I guess Forgotten Books is ran by the same publishers. But whatever the case, they're clamping down on copyrights, and it's much more difficult to get freeware books out there. So there's just like a little update on what the situation is with Internet Archive for people who you like free books. And so like PDF drive also is having problems. And so here's a web page. I think it's actually Library Genesis. It might even be based in Russia. So it's still possible to get freeware books and through a Russian site. In like Defense Politics Asia, we're talking about the international challenge of globalism, and the battle with China. One of the biggest battles with China is copyright law. So you're saying at this point, the only place where you could get freeware books that to some extent is being ruled as a violation of copyright is through Russian servers. And so, if people are intellectuals and you don't want to pay huge amounts of money for academic books and, psychology and science, that you have to pay, except through Russian servers that are violating U.S. copy law. So you could still get, freeware books through Russian web pages. Oh, sorry, close that. So God forbid, I talked about this with Church of Entropy back when Mark Zuckerberg was first getting into MMA. So Mark Zuckerberg won a Silicon Valley jiu-jitsu tournament, and saying like kind of the decline of Facebook from the friendly to you know, protect yourself. And so like Mark Zuckerberg, like what's he thinking? Like he's thinking like, God forbid, like violence, like he will protect what is his. He made that money, and you know, so now he needs to violence. So I just find that interesting that, you know, Mark Zuckerberg now is like, you know, this MMA, you know, student doing you know, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, kind of like you know, Lex Friedman. And you know, terms violence is an extremely important skill. And like maybe Mark Zuckerberg was largely a dweeb most of his life, but you know, he's taking his martial arts seriously. He just won a Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I still use Facebook, but you can see the decline of Facebook. And you know, whatever mission Mark Zuckerberg had when he created Meta, Facebook, and like, you know, change the world, to bring the world together, he has lost his um, altruistic view on the world, and now he just wants to protect what is his, which is being one of the richest people in the world. And you know, so now violence is an extremely important skill that he's working on. So I thought that was interesting. God forbid, here in Metro Detroit. So, you know, last week that swastika, someone, you know, drew a swastika in a synagogue in Metro Detroit, and it appears it was like this Antifa homeless leftist person who was trying to frame, like she wrote Azov, and she was trying to frame like the Azov battalion. And I mean, in her own mind, she obviously had issues, but like was a student of psychology. And Paul, good to see you. God bless. So this woman who was a student of psychology at Wayne State and then spiraled into homelessness, and then was caught painting swastikas over Metro Detroit, but not because she was anti-Semitic, because she wanted to frame the Azov battalion, Ukraine, of anti-Semitism for some sort of like anti-war activity or something like that. But like she's been arrested. She's facing 2 years in prison, God forbid, for the swastika. So my old friend Larry DeMongo, next to the downtown synagogue, was a bar and music lounge. DeMongo's, Larry DeMongo's brother, Adolph DeMongo, anyone knows Metro Detroit, you know, popular activist. And so, you know, God forbid, last week, this kid here, threw a chair through his window. So they caught it on video, and you know, just you know, in Detroit, mostly African American owned bar. It's right next to the downtown synagogue, and God forbid this kid, you know, just decide to pick up a chair and throw it through the window. And you know, so I was thinking DeMongo made peace with the guy, and you know, his dad like agreed to pay $3,000 to fix the window, and you know, made a reconciliation with the kid who broke the window. So, you know, I think somewhat a difference between, you know, Christianity and Judaism, like the turn the other cheek. And I mentioned like your local rabbi said, like, we're Jews, we don't turn the other cheek. And thinking like, okay, like, you know, God forbid this mentally disturbed homeless woman who drew a swastika on the synagogue. The majority of the Jewish community is pushing for her to be sentenced to the full extent of the law, which in this case could be 2 years in prison for drawing a swastika on the synagogue. You know, we'll see. I mean, I think she's currently locked up, and she had other issues, a tether and a whole bunch of things. But the majority of the Jewish community wants full punishment for drawing the swastika on the synagogue, which could be 2 years in prison. And then here you have Larry DeMongo making peace with the father and your son, allowing him to you know, pay off, and you know, now he's friends, God forbid, with this you know, kid who made this poor decision to throw a chair through his window. But you know, my friend Larry DeMongo, good man, very popular man in Detroit, right next to the downtown synagogue. DeMongo's you know, jazz club, bar and grill. So, you know, God bless you, Larry. Here's Bright Sun Films. I watch this channel pretty regularly. I've shared it in the past. So Grossingers. So I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with Grossingers. I think I mentioned in the past Grossinger. It's actually right near. So I was a driver at Tartikow country, and you know, Tartikow right by Babad, who is the descendant of the Minchas Chinuch. The Bezdin, they have a Bezdin. One of the brothers has a bunch of real estate. The other brother has a Heksher kosher certification business. And Grossinger's was probably the most famous of the Jewish resorts in the Catskills. Like they say, although I think Dirty Dancing was made in the Poconos in Pennsylvania. And actually, Duvid, like Bubov Camp, is at Camp Masad, where Noam Chomsky was a counselor to Alan Dershowitz. And Noam Chomsky, convinced Alan Dershowitz to become pro-Zionist. Is at Camp Masad, and Camp Masad eventually closed down and became Bubov Camp. And Duvid was at Camp Masad, which is now Bubov Camp. Multiple times. I wasn't. I spent a Shabbos there actually, but I wasn't officially part of the camp. But I drove and was there and had friends there, and spent a Shabbos there. But that's in the Poconos where Dirty Dancing is. The main Jewish part of the country is in the Catskills, and Grossinger's was one of a few major hotels. I think there were like 3 major hotels, but Grossinger's was the biggest of the summer resorts, and they had a whole complex like condos, golf courses, entertainment, and closed down in the 80s. And so I remember driving past it, when I was by, I forget, it was exit 107. I forget the exact location. I was a driver in the summer in the Catskills one summer for Tatarkov Camp Rabbi Babad, and it was right down the street from Grossinger's. Like you couldn't miss it. The huge hotel, abandoned hotel, that was famous. Grossinger's was packed. It was the most famous Jewish hotel in the country, and now it's abandoned, and part of it's been torn down, and it's unclear whether there's going to be any fixing up or anything. You see, like Dirty Dancing, which wasn't filmed at Grossinger's, but Grossinger's the type place where it's based off of. He didn't do the research for this, but it was a little bit interesting that Grossinger became Donald Trump's business partner. So here you can see like the abandoned swimming pool. So when Grossinger sold, they used the money, the Grossinger Ettis family, Grossinger, going back to like the 1920s, the family business. So I guess the intermarriage or the family, the Grossinger Ettis family. So when they sold the hotel in the 80s and got millions, maybe tens of millions of dollars, they invested that money together with Donald Trump for the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City. And Grossinger Ettis is well known to Donald Trump historians for the famous helicopter crash where Donald Trump changed his life. He was supposed to be on a helicopter ride from New York City to the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City. That something happened and he missed it. He was supposed to be on the helicopter and he missed it, and the helicopter crashed. And Donald Trump, he was supposed to have died, but something happened. He wasn't on the helicopter. But the people on the helicopter who died was Grossinger, the descendant of Grossinger's hotel that used the money from the sale of the Grossinger hotel to become Donald Trump's business partner in Atlantic City in the Taj Mahal, and God forbid died in this helicopter crash that people who know Donald Trump's biography are well familiar. And in the Taj Mahal, where UFC, Mike Tyson, the venue, if anyone has been to Atlantic City and to Taj Mahal, the venue, stadium, entertainment room there is the Grossinger Ettis Hall. So when Mike Tyson fought there, the first UFC matches, that was in Grossinger Ettis Hall, that were, so just the interesting, Donald Trump and his Jewish business partners and the relationship to this famous Catskill resort. So, this is, abandoned, which is, interesting, just looking at the current state of the location now. Duvid got clipped on Destiny, So although no one appeared to know who I am, even Destiny, so Grace Thorpe, you debated against Destiny on Modern Day Debate and got clipped, and I guess it was negative. Like her and her father. So Duvid found Ben Thorpe after he had Michael Jones and spoke to him about philo-Semitism, and then I guess they streamed and went their own way and have their own little dynamic that is a little bit weird. But after Grace was on Destiny, she had a post show, and I popped on. I was the first guest. I told her congratulations. I talked about debate, so I was like, "You could beat this guy." So I guess Destiny clipped it, and he plays the clip, and like Grace is all excited. I'm telling her congratulations, and like you see, you could beat this guy, and Destiny like, who is this guy? And so it's like Duvid is Grace's debate coach, and like Duvid does think that Grace could beat Destiny in the debate, and maybe she did. If anyone saw that on the Steven Crowder Modern Day Debate, but Duvid here, almost 300,000 views. So a little 1 minute clip there. Oh, this was so Log Biomer got blessed this Monday night was Log Biomer, the yurtzeit of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. And I didn't go to any events, like the Woodward Avenue Shul had like a, an event, big event after the swastika on the shul. But I didn't go out anywhere. So I was sitting at home and I was, clicking around for YouTube videos to watch. And so I saw Eish Kodesh, Rabbi Weinberg of Eish Kodesh in Woodmere. And I listened to Rabbi Weinberg. I've shared him in the past. Like the Eish Kodesh, the Piasetzka Rebbe, one of the 13 books that changed my life. I included a student's obligation, and Rabbi Weinberg had a whole series on like Hasidism on yu.org. I never went to Eish Kodesh. Actually, I did. I prayed Mincha there, but I was never really there. When I lived in the Five Towns in Lawrence for half a year, I never went to Woodmere over Shabbos, although I worked in Woodmere and Hewlett. And so I was watching the video, and like I see the guy speaking, and like I know this guy. This was my old boss when I day traded. I day traded in the Five Towns. I lived together in the Five Towns, and my old boss, Yaakov Zolden. So I'm looking at this. I hadn't seen this guy Yaakov Zolden for like 15 years, and so I guess he raised the money. So at the Log Biomer event with Rabbi Weinberger, a big event, they rented out like the Lawrence Five Towns in Long Island public school, and there were a bunch of people there, and there was dancing and a fire, and so I guess Yaakov Zolden was like the one who collected the money together, and he was reading the names of the people who donated money. And so I hadn't spoken to this guy in like 15 years. We were pretty friendly. I was at his wedding. We were in Or Samek together in Israel, and then he made a bunch of money day trading, and he sponsored me day trading. He was my boss for a few years. We lived together, and then he married the daughter of Shlomo Meir in Woodmere, who had the stock trading office. His family had seats on the commodities oils exchange, and he's in Woodmere, and presumably he's still doing pretty well and pretty wealthy. So he was like the Gavir, the wealthy man, reading the names of the people who donated money. So it was random because I hadn't even thought of him. I had to look up. Just the picture of him and see is that him? I hadn't seen him for like 10 years. But yeah, so God bless Yaakov Zolden. And it's ironic because he was modern Orthodox, but he was Hasidic in background. So I remember very well. We'll see later because I'm going to talk about David Bohm, who is also Munkach. So he came from a Munkacher background before the war, Hasidic background, but then became very modern Orthodox. So we see now he's probably a father, and he had his kid dancing on his shoulders. So it's interesting that he got involved in Log Biomer event and now working together with Rabbi Weinberg. So I thought that was interesting karma for Log Biomer. People could check out the speech in English and the music and dancing, and also another guy I have came to Detroit, the Eitan Katz, and his brother Shlomo Katz, who I knew Shlomo Katz, his brother, the musician, now in Israel. So his brother, played the music, and Zolden, gathered the money sponsorship together, and Rabbi Weinberger spoke about Hasidus. So I was watching that. I thought that was interesting karma. So, God bless, best wishes to Yaakov, and glad to see that he's back involved in the Hasidus. So the main bulk of what I want to cover tonight, and if this man Dave Douglas shows up, said he's in China, so if he wakes up, he was interested in this topic, and I was sharing him these articles. So this man, Dr. Chaim Schipper, is a neurologist, adjunct professor at McGill University in Montreal. And so he wrote this book, Kabbalistic Panpsychism. And I'm going to look at some of Schipper's material today on Kabbalistic Panpsychism. And so I saw he had a few videos on YouTube that are pretty interesting. So Hyman Schipper, Dr. Schipper, who has over 200 published papers related to neurology. And I'm not sure his exact background, but he's written this book, Kabbalistic Panpsychism, that came out 2 years ago. And saying, Duvid, I just got a copy of it on Amazon. I bought a copy of his book. So here are 3 different lectures of the Koilel in Montreal of Chaim Shipman talking about his book, Kabbalistic Panpsychism. Here's on his own YouTube channel, which only has 16 subs and 1 video, 300 views. So I'm not sure if I could get an interview. I didn't see any contact information, but so he has his own YouTube channel, which only has 1 video, 300 views, and 16 subs. So I saw that Shipman is actually on the board of directors of the Essentia Foundation, and I've shared the Essentia Foundation many times. Bernardo Kastrup, for people who follow Week in Review or the Science of Consciousness, probably familiar with Bernardo Kastrup. So this was a few years ago where Shipman presented 2 years ago. Shipman presented before his book came out on Kabbalistic Panpsychism to the Essentia Foundation, and it turns out that Shipman's actually on the board of directors of the Essentia Foundation. And Bernardo Kastrup, if anyone watches his stuff regularly, actually has Kabbalistic leanings and was asking questions. It's an interesting presentation. So those are the 3 presentations I found of Shipman online, and I'm going to try to read over and cover some of Shipman's material. Hey, Judas, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. So I'll put the link in the chat. So I'm going to try to go for a few hours, because in case this guy Dave shows up, and he's said till 10. So I'm going to pin the link, so if anyone wants to come on. But I have quite a few articles from this Chaim Shipman, and also I have slides. So I was going to be on allegedly Amzi's last night and talk about forgiveness. So I put together slides on forgiveness, and that actually relates a little bit to this Shipman on Kabbalistic Panpsychism. You'll see a little bit later this concept of Ein Omid Tzaddik B'Makom Bal Tshuva, that a perfectly righteous person can't stand in the place of a Bal Tshuva, or repentance from love that turns sins into good deeds, is actually related to some of the concepts that Shipman talks about. And but I prepared. Amy wanted to stream last night. We picked out a topic. She was like prison reform, and said, I'm not that political for prison reform, although I was willing to try to help out this woman Jen Bailey, to try to get her out of prison or help her with her situation. but I'm not really that political. Generally, I'm compassionate to people who are in prison. I think prison's not a very good form of punishment. And, like I showed Demongo, who, didn't press charges, or, even my opinion on this woman who, drew the swastika on the synagogue, that I'm usually never in favor of sending people to prison and helping people get out of prison, even when they're guilty. But I didn't really, have like a political presentation on prison reform. So I thought theologically the concept of forgiveness, which is related to repentance and character refinement. And so I have these slides. So hopefully I'll go over these slides also. And next Saturday night, 9:30, hopefully we'll do it on Amy's channel. So stay tuned for that. Okay, so the Science of Consciousness Conference is next week. Starting next week is the Science of Consciousness Conference. And here's the full booklet, 300 pages with all the various speeches and bios and various things. So anyone you want to check that out, I was reading through today, and just look at for a second. They're having, for the organizers, a vote cast on their favorite theory for the hard problem of consciousness. And if you're looking, they have 18 different approaches. And so, people have been following Week in Review and all these things I'm reading. My main theory of research is the hard problem of consciousness, consciousness in general. And so I haven't even covered all 18 of these theories. I've covered a lot of them. And, just thinking of the 18 different theories of consciousness. And, so the people who go to the conferences will be voting on them. Mind-brain identity theory. I have to look that up. I'm not even sure that I'm familiar. Cartesian dualism. Sometimes I'll call myself a Cartesian dualist, although looking at Shipman's argument for Kabbalistic monism, Shipman seems very clear that Kabbalah presents monistic view, and I'll talk about that more later, whether Kabbalah is dualistic or monistic. But Shipman is strongly arguing that Kabbalah is monistic. But there is reason, like the Kabbalah will talk about the spiritual realm and the material realm in a clear, like dualistic terminology, where there's clearly phrasing of the material realm and the spiritual realm. And I hover somewhere between monism and dualism. But, Cartesian dualism still there, substance dualism, global neuronal workspace. I think I've looked at that, but not sure. Sensory motor theories, higher order theories, HOT, which I think is a form of emergence that I've talked about before, the HOT higher order theories, where you have some form of emergence of higher level thought. And, I talked about that last week in terms of the monism and the argument against physicalism, where if thought emerges from the physical, then how could the thought that emerges from the physical then come back to affect the material? But part of like the higher order thinking that you have lower level sensory and then you have higher level thought, higher level rules that operate in the mind. Usually would be a form of emergentism, classic idealism. There could be monistic idealism, but that would be that the primacy of mind over matter. There's illusionism and limitativism is a physicalism theory, where generally saying consciousness is an illusion or doesn't exist. Panpsychism we'd be talking about today. Jennifer, who we'll see what I haven't seen her at all online. She posted a few AI pictures, but so she is MIA for a month. But we'll see what happens if she comes back or her schedule comes back. But Jennifer preferring the school of panpsychism. We talked quite a bit last week about dual aspect monism, which is very similar to Cartesian dualism, but you're just saying that there's a monistic element that gives rise to a mind aspect and a material aspect. So then here, mind-object identity theory. Not exactly sure. Integrated information theory. That's the Charles Koch approach of the minimal biological mechanisms that could cause conscious experiences. Predictive processing, like Stephen Grossberg in The Predictive Mind. Enactivism, I'm not 100% sure. I think I've talked about that before, but I'm not sure. Enactivism, quantum panpsychism. So that's different than, quantum theory, ORCOR, the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis that talked about extensively. So quantum panpsychism. I think we touched on protopsychism, panpsychism, or that there would be some sort of quantum. So quantum theory, ORCOR, is not necessarily a panpsychic framework, although our panpsychic frameworks of ORCOR, but some form of quantum panpsychism, Russellian monism, which is a neutral form of neutral monism that we talked about at length last week, in terms of this neutral aspect, that there's something neutral that is neither mind nor matter, that gives rise to both the material and mind aspect. And I read like long things about Helmholtz, or we'll talk more about the Kabbalistic Panpsychism, which could be a monistic approach, or the Friston-Markov blanket. So the Russellian neutral monism, what is this neutral element that gives rise to the material and the mind? And so it'd be Russellian neutral monism, of which Russell, in the school of James and Mach, and I'm still working on my essay, and like monism is a topic that I'm going to be returning to, of this concept of perceptions or images being the neutral aspect, which was the Russellian, or I talked about also information, or the Markov blanket of the Friston approach, that could be this neutral monistic aspect that gives rise to the mental and material. Social approaches, I have to look more to see exactly what that means, in Chalmers' dualism. So we went through Chalmers and his slides, and Chalmers' unique approach to dualism. So you can see the schedule. So I shared this link in the chat. So let me chant a quick song. So I'll go back, because I'm doing Kabbalistic Panpsychism, I'm going to chant something Hebrew, and because I'm going to do slides on forgiveness, I'll try to chant something related to the topic. So Tefillah L'Uni, Psalm 102, Tefillah L'Oni Kiatov, a prayer for the afflicted when he is weak. Lifnei Hashem Yishboik Sihu, before God pour out my complaint. Hashem Shima Tfilisi, God, hear my prayer. V'shavosi Elecha Tavoy, and let my prayer come before you. Al taster panecho mimeni, don't turn your face away from me. Miyom sarli, in the day of my pain, my affliction. I think I've actually chanted this one before, but just try to set the tone for week in review to talk about Kabbalistic Panpsychism. Tefillah liuni kiatoi, lifnei Hashem yishbok sichoi. Tefillah liuni kiatoi, lifnei Hashem yishbok sichoi. Hashem Shima Tfilosi, V'shavosi Elechu Tzavoi. Hashem Shima Tfilosi, V'shavosi Elechu Tzavoi. Al taster punechu mimeni, B'yoim Sarli Altaster Punechu Mimeni Beyond Sarli. Okay, so God should have mercy on us and hear our prayer and not abandon us in our day of need. So Michael called off. We didn't do the stream this week on Jewish prayer. Hopefully this Thursday we'll be back. Hey, Sweaty, thanks a lot. God bless. So hopefully this Thursday we'll be back and we'll continue with Shemona Esrei. I went to the Detroit Small Business Expo. They had the Steel Expo, but you had to pay, you had to be a member, so I wasn't able to go to that. But the Small Business Expo was a little bit interesting. Basically like auxiliary business services for people who have small businesses. And so let me look real quick a review of. So last week I reviewed all the weekend reviews that I've done since I've been solo streaming. But last week I read a lot of material. I went over 6 hours, and I read a lot of papers. And the old Kobo Huntington Place is now the Small Business Expo was not actually at Huntington. It was at the Pontchartrain Hotel across the street. Next week, this week there's no conventions. Next week is the Automate Conference. So last year that was pretty cool. The Automate Conference is the robotics show that will have it's usually huge, takes up almost the whole Huntington Place, and has a lot of the latest robotics technology on display. So that will be the week after this at Huntington. So anyone in Detroit, check out the Automate Conference coming up, and I will stream from there. I think last year I even went twice to it. It was huge, and there's a lot of stuff on machine learning related to machine vision and automated arms and like picking up objects, moving objects, stacking items. And so I discussed that last year in relation to Week in Review. So you hopefully have a long ramble, and you'll see a lot of cool robotics equipment. And they've torn down the Wings Stadium already, and they're building condos, and the Wings now with the Pistons are at Little Caesars Arena. So the construction there, I think you could see in the video I showed the cranes of the condominiums going up now where Red Wing Stadium used to be. So last week I did a deep dive into monism, and I looked at quite a few things. I looked at information theory in terms of like quantum mechanics and causation. I looked at Advaita, monism. Advaita meaning non-dualism, which is not necessarily the same thing as monism, although some people will translate Advaita as purely monism, but they're not necessarily the same. But say monism is most fully developed in Vedic literature. So I mentioned modern monism coming. So I went into the history, but I talked a little bit about the history of Vedic Advaita, which means non-dualism, but a monistic worldview that comes from the Rig Veda. So monism there's many schools like the Hare Krishnas and Ashish Dalai are anti-Advaita. However, Advaita is one of the mainstream Hindu theologies, but there are the Lord Chaitanya and Achintya Veda or various schools, but Advaita and Shankaracharya Advaita Vedanta is one of the major ones, and it's clearly sourced even in the Rig Veda, the oldest known Vedic scripture. And so I did overview of that, and then I talked about the Pauli-Jung conjecture, so synchronicity of when things in the real world happen at the same time as mind phenomenon that, generally would be like, oh, I was just thinking of this and then it happened. Like, I was just thinking of, Spidey, and then he appeared in the chat. And is a coincidence, but at some level that it's too much to be a coincidence. And so Jung noted the phenomenon in psychology, and Jung, so Wolfgang Pauli of the Pauli exclusion principle, who was Jewish. His father had already converted to Catholicism, and Pauli had a bunch of issues. God forbid people know Pauli's biography. He had a bunch of issues. And so Pauli was a patient of Jung, and they developed a friendship, and they had correspondence of letters that had been published. There's actually a history of how they became published, and the Pauli family didn't necessarily want it published, but eventually, they were published, and there was an essay in Pauli's lifetime that came out and known as the Pauli-Jung conjecture about Jung's synchronicity and largely a monistic theory. So I talked about Pauli-Jung. I read a paper from this man, Harold Ottmanspracher, who I've actually read a few of his books this week, a very interesting man. And so he has some of the most developed thoughts on the current state of the Pauli-Jung conjecture, which has developed into a theory of neutral aspect monism. And then I went into the history of monism, and I talked about two things. One, like monism kind of comes out of the neo-Kantianism, and monism was a dominant philosophical belief in the late 1800s through World War II. And, Helmholtz, the neo-Kantians, there was first the Cosmos periodical in Europe, and then the monist. So the open court, the monist in America of Chorus. So I read a little bit on Chorus's philosophy, and specifically his neo-Kantianism. And then I talked about monism in Europe, and there was an opponent of monism who used the expression world riddles. And so the theory was there was these things that are unsolvable, the world riddles. And so monism of Haeckel, who was an evolutionary biologist and one of the early founders of the Monist Society in Germany, claimed that monism could answer the world riddles. And we'll see somewhat that Schipper, when I talk about Kabbalistic Panpsychism, is in line with Haeckel. Yes, Whitey, that's interesting. Your son's an electrical engineer. God bless him. And yeah, electrical engineer is a good field, especially here in Detroit. If you're talking about electrical engineering like DTE or the electric grid, or within home construction, commercial, or within the manufacturing processes. So Duvid, this year it came out on Passover, but Duvid, Stream used to go every year to the Siemens conference. And, also like Johnson Controls, Bradley, I forget the other, Johnson Controls, Alan Bradley or something like that. There's manufacturing engineering and like the PLCs. So the Automate conference to some extent is very related to electrical engineering, because like the programmable logical circuits don't have processors in the same way that they're largely meant to control robotics through logical circuits, and they have their own things called like PLC, which is a little bit different than computers. Some of them are connected to computers, but the Automate conference, I'm definitely looking forward to that the week after this. But yeah, related to the monism. So I talked about Helmholtz and his view on perception. So John, if you want to come on and chat a few minutes, the link's in the chat. I'm going to be talking a lot about Kabbalah today. So, John, if, I know you like the Kabbalah. So, if you want to pop on a few minutes, you can grab the link. It's pinned there. or if you're going to be active in the chat, I'm going to go deep dive into Kabbalah this week. So just to finish up on the deep dive into monism, cover what I did last week. So Helmholtz, in terms of perception, where Helmholtz's theory was that perception was this neutral aspect that was neither physical nor mental, or images. And so Helmholtz developed theories of color vision. So although Helmholtz is most famous for the conservation of energy, and I covered that in depth a few weeks ago in the history of the conservation of energy, Helmholtz, at that point, when I also went into the history of molecular biology, at that point in the late 1800s, it was unclear whether there was these laws of conservation of energy, how they would apply to biological processes. So I covered in the last few weeks also the history, Schrodinger's What is Life, and the history of molecular engineering and biological theology in relation to my evolution debate. And so I talked quite a bit about Helmholtz. Michael Silverstein, who's a presenter at the Science of Consciousness conference coming up next week, will be talking about monism. There is a planetary session with 4 speakers, a 2-hour session on on monism, and one of the speakers is this Michael Silverstein, who I read a little bit on his arguments in favor of monism and panpsychism. So look forward to that at the Science of Consciousness conference. I'll have to wait till the videos come out later. And I read the whole thing, this Helmholtz, the Schlick, the evolutionist sign theory of perception in relation to monism. Schlick was a monist, Helmholtz was a monist, and I put psi theory. So, God forbid it's sign theory, not psi theory. But this idea of what is this neutral element that would be the monistic element that gives rise to both the mental and physical. So Helmholtz thought it would be perception. And Schlicht was a contemporary of Einstein, and he had his own theories on a lot of that was pretty complicated. So I read through this whole article. It took almost an hour on from Helmholtz to Schlicht, and a lot of neo-Kantianism interpretation of like Kant, and I forget what Schlicht wrote, the general theory of knowledge. I forget the Einsteinian theory that coincidences, point coincidences, and so a lot of this is pretty complicated, and so it went into that last week, and then I read the whole Atmanspacher's The 20th Century Variants of Dual Aspect Thinking, that covered 4 main schools of monism today, which was the Pauli-Jung conjecture, Russellian monism, and David Chalmers monism, and why is the 4th one slipping my mind? But he covered 4 different schools, and it was the view for Russell, Pauli-Jung, and Bohm. So David Bohm, I'm going to be talking quite a bit about David Bohm today in relation to Kabbalistic Panpsychism, because David Bohm is most similar to the Kabbalistic concept of the Bohmian aspect monism. And then I read this long article about Advaita as a form of international relations, and also the Chancha, the Chinese Chancha, all under heaven, as a form of monism or holism. But it's interesting, because looking at monistic approaches to politics, economics, global affairs, and it was interesting, the Chinese Chancha system versus Advaita as a possible system to for globalism. So that was an interesting article. And then I covered Carl Friston and Sentience and the Origins of Consciousness from Cartesian Dualism to Markovian Monism. And some people consider Friston a monist, although he leans more towards physicalism. So if Dave Douglas in China pops on later, we'll talk about that. And that's actually how he found me. I guess I'm not sure, but he saw that I read the Friston article and reached out to me. So I invited him to join Week in Review, and he's part of the active inference. Yeah, I mean, Sweaty, you're welcome to take the link and pop in if you want to talk. God bless, best wishes to your son. And yeah, I like chanting and music, but I want to cover art. Thanks for tuning in too. God bless. And okay, so I have 5 articles from Hyman Schipper on Kabbalah, and I was going to read through them and discuss them. Some of them are pretty intense and have a lot of Kabbalistic concepts, and you could learn quite a bit about Kabbalistic concepts in relation to monism, panpsychism, and quantum physics. And I said that Hyman Schipper is actually on the board of directors of the Essentia Foundation with Bernardo Kastrup, and is a neurologist and professor at McGill. And so he has a 3-part series on Chabad.org that I was going to read through. Then he has an article on YU.org, and another article in another periodical about David Bohm. So let me see if John Wolf is going to pop in, and maybe I'll give my voice a rest and we'll talk a few minutes, and then I'll start reading these articles. And I also have the slides on forgiveness that hope to go over also at some point tonight. So we'll see if John comes in the next few minutes. Otherwise, I'll start reading these Kabbalah articles. Let me just get myself a tea. Okay. Oh, so Dave is here. So Dave, good morning to our friend in China. So you can see the sun has not went down here in Metro Detroit. It's about 8:15, and the sun is still up. Sunset will be in about another hour. So if Dave is there in China, it's probably morning there. I guess that your Church of Entropy, she was from New Zealand. We also used to do she would be Monday there. So the link is pinned there. So I'll put the link in the chat again. So Dave, if you want to pop on, I'm definitely interested in active inference. As I said, I've watched literally every single live stream on active inference. So active inference now is on like 43 guest stream, and a lot of those have 2 or 3 videos, and I have watched all of them. And then even the textbook that the videos, I haven't watched the latest up of the cohort 2, but I haven't watched the whole cohort 1 of the textbook. I used to be part of the Discord, but there wasn't that much activity, so I'm not currently in the Discord. But Duvid is a big fan of active inference. I had Daniel as a guest on my channel, and I appeared on a few active inferences. So Dave Douglas is part of the active inference. He's on a lot of their streams, working together with them, and he had some sort of interest in Kabbalah. I'm not exactly sure, but he reached out to me because I had covered Carl Friston, and he recommended some reading material, and then we were talking a little bit about Kabbalah. So, Dave, you're definitely welcome. Take the link and pop on and chat. I'm definitely curious about the state of active inference or your thought on monism or spiritualism, because generally I like active inference, and I think like Carl Friston is leaning in a more physicalist interpretation, but generally I'm a spiritualist. I believe I say like I hover between monism and dualism, and so I'm a strong believer in a spiritual realm. However, I believe in active inference, that active inference, like in terms like the Markovian blankets, that could be useful for spiritual phenomenon, and then the Kabbalah. So I'm not exactly sure how much Dave has studied or knows about the Kabbalah, and until like Chaim Shipman. I just found out about him this week. So I had actually read a few articles of Chaim Shipman before, but I never really put two and two together, like who he was. I just read the article without really looking into who wrote it. And then I bought his book this week on Amazon, and I've only read about half of it on Kabbalistic Panpsychism. So if Dave or John is joining, you're welcome to join right away. Otherwise, I will read an article. So, Fluento, it's good to see you. Okay, so here's John. John? You there, John?
Yes, hold on, let me turn this down. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, so thank God my buddy John, we did Mob Talk for about 3 months, and it was kind of going nowhere in terms of viewership, and it basically covered all the material, like everything Duvid knows or all the social dynamics, and we ran out of steam, and so we stopped doing it, and then all of a sudden John Wolf got in big streaming. I was watching his channel one day, he had 100 live viewers, with like Jen Bailey, and like Duvid, like who the hell is Jen Bailey? But then I like Jen Bailey, like who the hell is Duvid? Because there were 100 people watching John Wolf wanting to talk about Jen Bailey, and then you introduced me to Amy, who was streaming with you, and then I popped on her channel, and then now I'm streaming with Amy, and she reached out. She wanted to do another Saturday night stream, and I'm doing like PowerPoint presentations and like public study sessions on her channel. And I had another one prepared. She had to cancel yesterday for Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. God bless you. So John, good to see you. How's it going?
Going great, Duvid. Going great. Everything's going great. You and Jen Bailey meeting was like the left column and the right column on the tree of life colliding, because y'all both come from two different worlds, and when we mixed it up, it created this third element, which you was just describing with these shows with Amzi, and so that's a small example there. So what kind of articles do you have, Duvid? What are your what are we going to be talking about tonight exactly?
Kabbalistic Panpsychism and Monism. So I was talking about monism, and as a worldview, like as a philosophical worldview, and so these are Greek terminologies like panpsychism, dualism, monism. They're all from the Greek, and the Kabbalists do not classify their belief systems in Greek terminology. And so to try to classify or correspond Kabbalah with philosophy or quantum physics. So like these articles I had today were about the relationship between new theories in quantum physics and Kabbalah.
I'm really interested in the metaphysical part Kabbalah, and I believe that we can create. Yeah, I believe that the energies of the 10 separates could be used to heal and to correct things here on Earth. That if you actually took it and put it into a physical frequency, which each separate or each planetary energy has an actual frequency. You know, like uh, was it the
Well, yeah.
separates
So
galore?
you're thinking about like Kabbalah as like a technique or something, as opposed to like the metaphysics, where where the claim would be Kabbalah is the actual reality of how the world operates. So they say that God created the world through the 10 spheros, and from some like we talk like the monistic principle, where you have a spiritual realm and a material realm, and there's some neutral element that gives rise to both. And you say it is the spheros that they're saying that so the believer Kabbalistic perspective is say the Kabbalah, the spheros is actually what is at the heart of creation. And so like the reason why it works, so to say, why you could use it as like a like a prayer technique or magic or something, is because it's realistically how the world is created and how the world functions. And so it's in tuning yourself with the true nature of the cosmos.
Yeah, and I think modern medicine got away from that, and not just modern medicine, but the modern way of living. We kind of got away from these ancient techniques that were used, and that's my whole that's my whole stake in this. Is if you take a living creature or even a plant, there's scientific proof that if you emit a certain frequency to plants, the plants will perk up and they'll become greener and more healthier. They communicate to one another through the root system, but the roots aren't physically connected. It's almost telepathically. Humans are telepathic. You know this, Duvid.
Yeah, I covered. It's at the Science of Consciousness conference. They covered some of these studies. So the people who did those studies participated in the Science of Consciousness conference.
Yes, and like the past 100 years, it's been common, kind of like a knee-jerk reaction for humans when they start hearing this. They go, "Oh, that's all nonsense," and we built our entire healthcare industry and other things based on us denying this knowledge. And I just think, as a human race, or just in general, we should get back to that way of thinking. That just like what's the guy? The guy everybody quotes all the time. Tesla says, if you want to understand the universe and how it works, you must understand frequencies and whatnot. So I just think that we got away from that as a human race, that what our ancestors did. And I think we need to get back to that way of thinking. And like, where do you start with this? Because of course I wasn't born with all this knowledge. I didn't get into this until I was older. So there's a theological part of it, and then and then there's like the metaphysical part of it, and that's what I'm kind of into, the metaphysical part of it. And how does it work? And like I said, I really believe that all the answers to everything is right there in the tree of life. It's in those 10 separates.
Yeah, I mean, so three things. One thing, like I covered on my last Ask the Rabbi on the Jewish conception of the soul, and we say, well, the Jewish conception of the soul is basically the Kabbalah, and say this is spheros. Like, how does the Jewish soul work? The spheros in the four worlds is the template of the soul. So we talk like the nefesh, chaya, nefesh, ruach, neshama. Those are referring to the worlds or the aspect of. But the dispute between the Hasidim and the Vilna Gaon was, so to say, the God's eye perspective, and so the Vilna Gaon held that you could never understand things from the God's eye perspective, that we're humans, we have a little bit of knowledge, like this is how God created the world, but it's basically beyond us. There's no way to really understand it. You can't perform any magic, or you can't like learn Kabbalah and do anything special with it. We know that's how God created the world and that's how things work, but it's impossible for us to actually understand it.
And
And
the theology kind of grounds you a little bit. It kind of brings you back down to earth. Like, well, wait a minute, you know.
yeah, I mean, we're just a speck of nothing. We're talking monkeys or something. Like, there's no way we're going to understand this deep intricacies of how like the universe operates and was created. Although the Hasidim disagree. They said that to some extent, because the soul, like in the words of the Tanya, "Chelek mimao mamish," that our soul is part of God on Most High, and we can access that soul that is part of God from the Most High place, and therefore we can actually see things from the God's eye perspective, and that even in human form, through meditation, prayer, study, that in human form, currently, you could actually see and understand things from the God's eye perspective. So that like the Hasidim were excommunicated even over that. You're saying that's heretical. That like no, you could never see things from the God's eye perspective. Like just lunacy. If you claim you could see things from the God's eye perspective, you're a heretic. And but it was dispute, and so the Hasidim, some of the Kabbalists held that you could actually understand things from the God's eye perspective, and so that's one thing. The second thing is the scientific method and the nature of empiricism. You're using like testing and hypothesis and independent verification, the scientific method in general. And so spirituality relies on the mind and meditation, and it's not a material science. So when you talk about the scientific method, like experiments and like mathematical equations and predictions of the future, Kabbalah is a metaphysical theory. It's not a scientific theory. It's not going to be able to make mathematical predictions that could be recorded and measured in any way outside of psychometrics. It could possibly be like a psychometrical theory about mind, but anything more than that, it's a metaphysical theory, not a scientific theory. So
yeah,
you were saying like, okay, we're disconnected because like, okay, now we live in the age of science, and if it can't be experimented and tested, and metaphysics can't be experimented and tested, and so you say, well, it's just a metaphysical theory, maybe not. So that's where I'm going to like multiple truth. No, metaphysics is important. Philosophical theories are important, and the mind is real. And that's why I focus so much on consciousness, and that just on your point that you were saying we got to get back to this. But like, yeah, but what about science, and what about the fact that you can't test it and measure it like science?
Yeah, and I think you can. I believe we create our reality with our own thoughts too. And so hear me out. This is a far-fetched theory. So you hear these you hear about AI, right? You hear a lot about AI lately, that they're building this big supercomputer that's going to run off of AI, and it's going to take all our collective thoughts, and it's going to like start feeding our news feeds on our social media apps and whatnot, and it's going to make us think in a certain direction, so it will use our mind to create a reality. Do you believe that's possible, that they can take a computer, and this computer can gather everyone's consciousness and actually control thoughts through it? Do you think that can happen?
Generally, no. I don't think we're ever going to solve the heart problem of consciousness. That's my view. My view on it. But I mean, like, and that's I don't think that AI is conscious. That's we talk like intelligence. What a computer does is fundamentally different than how the human mind operates. But that's my personal view on it. That would say like
But
chess. The computer is already better than humans at levels of thought, but it's of a different nature than human thought. And what exactly the human mind is, generally, like I'm a dualist. I don't think the mind is material, and so what the computer is doing is of a fundamentally different nature than what the human mind is doing, even though the result in some way, in terms of thought is the same. But that's my my belief, my speculation that let's say there's the heart problem of consciousness, and we don't know, and they're talking about reverse anthropomorphization, we actually know significantly more about the computer than the human mind. So we got Dave here from China. Thanks for popping on. Good to see you.
Hi, thank you. Actually, I'm in the Philippines. The weather's wonderful because I'm a mile above sea level, so I'm protected from extreme seasons by being near the equator, and I'm protected by the heat from being up there. Thank you. Yeah. What I'm glad.
So we got John here in New Orleans.
My daughter's in New Orleans. How about that? Gorgeous.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was close to the equator, if it was a mile high, if it was high up above sea level, close to the equator, that the weather would be controlled like that. I had no idea.
Yeah, in discussions about New Guinea, I used to say, what are they talking about? A temperate tropical highlands? Well, yeah, it's like Seattle, except it never snows. It's just spring-like. It's like springtime in New York all year round. And it does rain once for about 100 days. And
are you visiting? Or you stationed out there now? You're living there.
Yeah, I live there. You see, my wife finally got her master's after 40 years, and that's her picture and her graduation statue in the background. The university.
Congratulations.
The prestigious University of the Philippines. Thank you.
Well, since you're first time on my channel, you want to briefly introduce yourself? I mean, we went through active. Are you involved with Daniel in Active Inference?
Correct.
You're one of the regular streamers.
Right. Yeah. Well, I went to school at the University of Illinois in Chicago. I was a student of Gordon Pask.
Or Champaign-Urbana, or
no, Chicago.
Okay, yeah, my parents are Champaign-Urbana alumni.
Yeah, that's where he did most of his work. He went down and worked in Heinz von Foerster's lab. But I studied with him. I studied advanced English grammar and child language with Michael Halliday in Chicago. Read 2 editions of Process and Reality while I was a little undergraduate. Worked in machine translation for about 8 years, high quality commercial machine translation. In the 80s, in Fortran 2, really high, mean as good as you're going to get from Google right now on their good English to Spanish system. That's how we were doing things 40 years ago, because superior technologies tend to get vanished. If you're too far ahead of the field, the crab reaches up and drags you down. And so that system is now free, not exactly freeware, licensed freeware. It's called Open Logos, OPENLOGOS. I took a course in neuroscience for dummies at the University of Pittsburgh just about 5 years ago, and concurrently read or started following Mark Solms, his psychiatric practice, his theory of the conscious ego, which is conscious id. The conscious id, the idea being that the seat of consciousness is in the middle of the brain, and that there is no particular portion of the neocortex that is necessarily conscious, because everything that your neocortex can do can be done in profound inattention. A lot of things it can do can occur during sleep, which is almost the definition of being conscious, dreaming being the definition of being conscious while you're asleep.
He debated the T-Jump. This guy, Tom Jump, who's like a popular e-atheist, and I reviewed his debate, and that kind of got me interested in looking into dualistic monism. And he was also a guest on Active Inference, and so I watched those lectures. Solms is one of the big names of modern day monists. So as I mentioned, dual aspect monist. So I've covered that. I covered that on some of his work on Week in Review in the past.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then from just reading his collection of essays that were written with him, I noticed that Carl Friston, who I had not heard of, did this 8-hour dual presentation. They each gave a paper and then critiqued each other's paper at a psychiatric convention around 2013, 14. So I started studying Friston, and then somehow or other, here's this active inference lab covering Friston papers and bringing people in to talk about whatever they're interested in that's rigorous and evocative. And I'm their discourse archivist. So when you see an improved transcript for the web for one of the webcasts, that's because I did that.
Yeah, they're really good PowerPoints. I found it randomly, just 'cause I'm always looking for content on consciousness. I came across active inference, and I was like, wow, this is awesome, and especially the PowerPoints and the discussions. And I started watching all of them, starting from like number one, and then like at a certain point, I was like, oh, they have a Discord, and I joined their Discord. And I spoke to Daniel, and it was pretty interesting. I wasn't exactly sure like how I would work together with them, but I appreciate their content, and it's definitely an interesting. I was mentioning the the Science of Consciousness conference now in Sicily, Italy, of Stuart Hameroff, and they had the 18 different major schools of consciousness for the attendees to vote on, but they didn't have active inference as one of them. I'm not sure if that, maybe it's not clarified exactly how that fits in. I mean, they had like IIT and Rosselian monism and a few things I never heard of, but I did note that they didn't have active inference, and hopefully we'll talk about that because I think it's fascinating. So, what's your personal leaning? Because I know you're talking to me about Kabbalah. Like, so are you a dualist or a spiritualist or a physicalist?
Oh, I have what I need to do is just really come to grasp with Friston's radical monism. He says there's only one kind of thing, and the thing is the actively inferring mind, which is not to say that he's going to follow Whitehead or he's going to follow Leibniz on that. I don't think he cares about that end of things. He just says, well, I think the physicists and the biologists have physics and biology covered, so I'll just talk at the appropriate level where there is just one kind of thing. But yeah.
Would you have spiritual leanings?
Oh, let's see. I tend to be mostly a Whiteheadian, except that the kind of the if you take the scale, he kind of, I think Whitehead kind of suspected that the Planck scale was the ultimate scale at which the actual entities function. And just in the last few years, Stephen Wolfram's group seems to have found that the real atoms of existence are many, many orders of magnitude smaller, both in time and space, than the Planck scale. So that's something else to wrap one's head around. I kind of like, kind of coming back to a middle level, I kind of like Sabina Hossenfelder's take on superdeterminism, which is not completely devoid of spookiness, where it's not 1820 physics, but it seems to have dropped some of the arbitrary silliness that.
Well, I mean, you're looking at like a scientific, philosophical panpsychism or monism, as opposed to a spiritual, like in terms of the historical Kabbalist, like like I pray every day. Like I meditate, I believe in the power of prayer. And in terms like I also try to be a scientist, but my leanings are more spiritual. And so if you could, a lot of scientists will be, you say you're a monist or a panpsychist, but you're not a spiritualist, or like or maybe you would say that you believe that prayer could work scientifically through some sort of like monist panpsychist principle, but you actively are you like a prayer or a meditator also?
Yeah, I do a Tibetan meditation. It may be that I'm reading too much into my experiences, because when I see Dr. Hammeroff and his friends getting really esoteric about all is one, om. I say, wait a minute, I know what the difference is between conscious and not conscious. When I'm wool gathering, I'm not conscious. When I know that I'm breathing and I know that I'm breathing, then I'm conscious. What's the deal? It's all a matter of controlled hallucinations or uncontrolled perception, going back to Anil Seth. But I am so influenced by reading the great big books of Gerald Edelman that it really takes a lot to get me to think in terms of real spookiness inside.
I mean, if you don't mind me asking, like, what's your view on reincarnation?
Oh, I suppose,
or the soul in general.
Yeah, I think I would tend to say, well, sure, of course there's reincarnating all the time. I heard this meme the other day. It stuck in my brain. It reincarnated. Like I said, Edelman, it's a single, very complex proposition, the entire of Edelmanic psychophysics. That reincarnated because I'm out doing it. There are his students, Anil Seth, it was surely influenced. So Edelman reincarnated in Seth. He certainly reincarnated in a perhaps a reflexive way in the way Mark Solms is doing his psychophysics. They apparently didn't get along very well, but how can you avoid being influenced? Yeah, there's lots of reincarnation. It's going on all over the place. Some of it goes through, it's going through internet as well as going through people's navels or the top of the head. So, and
I've created this theory called the multiple truth hypothesis, and like the nature of truth, and saying, well, there's a lot of uncertainty around truth, and there's conflicting views of truth. They're based on like various propositions, and so you could talk about truths in different manners that might conflict with each other. If you're talking about scientific truth versus reflexive truth, or a priori, a posteriori, however you're going to term it. But in that sense, like but put in like spiritual sense, like my perception of myself is say I'm not this body. Like I feel that I am something immaterial called my soul, and I lean towards dualism because I feel that the essential me, that says my mind, in essence has nothing to do with this body and will survive death, and whether it's reincarnation or heaven or hell. And so my feeling of like whoever I am, the essential me not being this body, tends for me to lean towards dualism. But that would be from my own perception of myself and how things accurate from my mind, as opposed to I'm also a trained scientist, and say that my perception, just because I don't feel that when like the me that's talking to you or the you that's listening to me or talking back, that it's not these bodies are just the vehicle, but it's something not immaterial, and that makes me lean towards dualism. But if you're talking about scientific truths, there's no way to really scientifically verify. So if like I'm this immaterial I, so from a monistic atomistic level, I'm not sure that would be sensical to say that I'm not my body, that the essential me is from the monistic level. There is a greater connection between the identity of the person and the body from a dualistic point of view. That's why I tend to lean towards dualism, and saying maybe that's stronger, where you would lean towards monism or some sort of atomistically say, well, your consciousness is not just your body, or like if whatever your consciousness or your identity is, that you're not quite leaning towards like a dualistic perspective on that. That's why, or I mean, I'm Buddhist also. The theology is different, but I don't know if I'm getting too mystical for you, if that's what you were interested in talking about.
Well,
see, I don't like that.
John, go ahead. Sorry.
No, when he say too mystical, like I think that's where we as humans we forget like where we come from, and getting back to like group prayer, you was talking about group prayer. I think that is a scientific function. If you read Napoleon Hill, I think he calls it a mastermind group or something like that. He refers to it as when a group of people get together and they pray. This is an actual function that happens, and I think like today, people of today, we kind of dismiss that and say, "Oh, that's hocus pocus stuff." But no, there's real power in that, and I just wanted to bring that up from earlier, what you said.
Yeah, I did thoughts on like active inference and even like the equations, the free energy principle. You even said in the paper I was looking at that you could have a dualistic interpretation of it. You think the dualistic interpretations are the biggest stretch, but he still said it's possible to have a dualistic interpretation of the Markovian blankets.
Yeah, Mark Solms describes himself, I think, as aspect monist, aspect dualist. That if you're describing an experiential process or a planning and execution process from the inside and from a first person, then you've got an elaborate description that may be extremely predictive. If you're describing it from a physiological viewpoint and from the viewpoint of what you see in your brain machine while your subject plans and executes his plan, you're going to get a third party. And he says, well, and if you try to just jam them together, that's going to be quite difficult and needs to be done eventually, but you're never going to get rid of those different viewpoints because first person and third person are distinct. I would say second person is almost more powerful than either of those. Second person is where I can say, well, okay, Duvid is the master of a certain field of information that I may be familiar with. And this is the ideological superstructure that he's using. This is my ideological superstructure to work within the same group of observations. I map from what I'm doing, what I'm looking for, to what he's doing, what he's looking for, and using that second person perspective carried out by me, complementary second person perspective carried out by Duvid. We're doing all kind of useful work, even though internally we may be using a very different language to talk about what we're doing. Here we are working on this exercise in brain surgery. Here we are fixing this guy's head without making him lose his language, because Duvid's the fine artist who can do brain surgery, and I'm the psycholinguist who says, okay, based on what the patient does when we ask him questions, this is the area of the brain you need to not touch. I'm thinking from a dramatically different viewpoint. Duvid may be like Einstein. He may be a kinesthetic thinker. And I'm thinking in words the whole time. I'm thinking in words and flashing lights if I enjoy that kind of synesthesia. And we're still doing a fabulous job on this surgery.
Well, I'm a Myers-Briggs INTP. I was covering that with Amy on her stream on personality the other week. So what's your background with Kabbalah? Have you looked? I mean, I know John likes Kabbalah, and he's a big fan of the template of the spheres, the 10 emanations. What's your thoughts on Kabbalah?
I have well, I can read the alphabet. I took one course in college, Hebrew. I read one book, and I'm sorry I've forgotten the gentleman's name, a recent publication from a Jewish non-theistic viewpoint about the tree of life as the map of creativity. Later I'll send you the title and the author's name. And I've got to say, sorry to my embarrassment, I owe more of my understanding, if it is understanding, to Knorr von Rosenwald than I do to Rabbi Luria, for what that might be worth.
Yeah, I mean, because Kabbalah grows out of really an explanation for, so to say, why Jewish ritual works, in the sense of saying like you want to believe that like I'm doing these prescribed ritual, and that it has this greater ramification effects on the whole cosmos, and but it could be separated into its own spiritual, probably monistic, panpsychic system of just an explanation for the interaction of the the Kabbalistic terms would be the material and spiritual, but the dual aspect of, you want to say, mind and matter, or spirit and matter, and so it's a powerful system. The Lurianic symptom of retractions of God, which might be, a lot of the scholars, even the Israeli scholars, think it's Platonic in origin. But it's a powerful metaphysical system, especially if you do Jewish practice, because it comes to explain the meaning of the rituals and the meanings of the prayers, and make them appear to be more meaningful. So whenever you're doing a Jewish ritual or prayer, you're not just doing the ritual or prayer, you're doing something that like reverberates and has some direct effect towards the greater redemption, repair of the world, or the manifestation of God's plan for the universe. But at the same time, it could be abstracted away from Judaism to just a metaphysical system trying to explain the inner workings of the material and spiritual realm. And it could lean monistic or dualistic, because there's a lot of Kabbalists and they use a lot of different languages. So I did Orthodox Jewish practice for years and studied in yeshiva, and I was really big into Kabbalah, and then I went back to university and studied science, and I'd done interfaith. So now I have like the multiple truth hypothesis, because maybe your more type view, where you're saying that there's some greater truth, and then there's just theories or words that try to identify that truth, and none of them, or possibly all of them, are somewhat identifying that truth, and saying, well, if there is, and that's why I was talking about the dispute between two schools of the Kabbalists, like the Hasidim and the Misnagim, as they're called, like the Vilna Gaon versus the Baal Shem Tov, where I call the God's eye perspective. That the Vilna Gaon said you could never see things from the God's eye perspective. That we have some understanding that the sages that were revealed to give us some wisdom for like how God created the world or how things work, but in essence, it's beyond us, and we'll never understand it. To the Hasidic perspective that says, actually, it's possible to see and understand things, so to say, from the God's eye perspective. And so I'm not sure if you think about it from that dispute, or if you heard the terminology, so to say, the God's eye perspective.
Yeah, sometimes.
See, I always believe that y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
So I always believe like you can. Are you cutting out? Is it cutting out? My stream, it's cutting up. I don't know if you can hear it or not. If you can hear me,
I hear if you're talking. Go ahead.
it keeps cutting up.
Yeah, now I don't hear you. Dave, are you there?
Yes. Oh yeah, the image of the God's eye perspective. I was at Princeton a number of years ago, and one of the professors of astronomy was giving a workshop. The guy was in his 80s, and he was so angry. His mission was to prove not only there can't be a God and there isn't a God, but you're mad if you think there might be. You're mad if you even understand. And I asked myself, he has evidently thrown God out of the universe over here, and he's over there watching God not exist while the universe is doing its thing. And that same kind of image seems to characterize a lot of the mental exercises of in physics. I hope I'm misunderstanding them, but physicists may be doing spectacularly good physics, but then when they start getting metaphysical, it seems like they're They just completely ignore their own existence, their own viewpoint, their backgrounds. This third person notion of objectivity. Well, a person can do that obviously because they do, but there is a second person viewpoint on objectivity as well, which is that, as I kind of exemplified a few minutes ago, here I am remapping my conceptual apparatus into my understanding of Duvin's conceptual apparatus. And ideally, talking face to face about him, with him, fine-tuning my understanding of that, simply exercising it, going through the mapping, going through the subjective explanations, predictions, and having a first and second and third person view concurrently. And that seems a lot more adequate because we need to do that anyhow. You know, kids can't learn language without a second person perspective, can't learn adult language. So it seems more fundamental than a perspective from which only monism makes sense and everybody else is wrong, or only radical dualism, radical Cartesianism makes sense and you're simply wrong. There's a wonderful little talk by Justin Sledge on where the Cartesian split came from. His speculation is this was a response to trauma. That Descartes saw those horrifying first two rounds of religious wars in Europe kicked off by the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation, and felt it was his responsibility to come up with a way of stopping the religious wars. So he says, well, since I'm a scientist more than I'm a theologian, I'm going to concentrate on how to keep different understandings of physics and biology and astronomy from kicking off the next round of religious wars, because the Lutherans, you know, what's the old rap from the Lutherans say the good Lord can certainly create a man with a nose the size of a clock tower, and the Jesuits say, well, no, a nose the size of a clock tower wouldn't be a nose, and therefore, no, don't attribute that to God.
Yeah, Justin Sledge is actually, ironically, local here in Metro Detroit, and his wife is a Reconstructionist rabbi, so and have him on my YouTube channel, some IRL events. Yeah, I mean, the classic view, like Descartes, you saw what happened to Galileo, and the Cartesian dualism, by the creation of science being the mathematical description of the material realm, didn't contradict the church because it had nothing to say about the spiritual realm. So that the Newton would refine Cartesian dualism and science for the advent of describing masses operating in space over time, and that would not conflict with any doctrine of the church, because the realm of the soul and the spiritual would be the realm of the church. So science would only be investigating the realm of the material, and that's why Descartes was never ran into problems with the church, and even after largely today that led to physicalism, because Cartesian science eventually saying, okay, well, the realm of religion will explain the spiritual and science will explain the material, to the point where you no longer needed the realm of religion to explain the spiritual. And that's why it hinges on the hard problem of consciousness, that if you could explain the mind and consciousness through material science, then you could eliminate the dualism and be left just with the physical. And so there's been a revival of monism. I saw the guy Zilberstein, I read his paper last week. He's speaking next week in Sicily at the Science of Consciousness conference, saying that even Christopher Koch and the leading physicalists are somewhat resigned to the ability of physical theories to explain the mind, and are leaning more back towards some form of monism. And that's, when John was, right before you came on, was talking about, the recent developments in AI. And that's why I coined the term reverse anthropomorphization, because the reality is we know a lot more about computer intelligence than we know about human intelligence. So we use these advances in computer intelligence, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and then speculate that the human brain might operate in the same manner, although the evidence that the human brain operates like the machine is very small. So that's why I call it reverse anthropomorphization.
Do you know Sylvan Tompkins' term reverse archaeology? He's talking about where's the evidence for psychology? He says, well, in archaeology, you have to dig and dig and dig to find high quality new evidence. In psychology, it doesn't work that way because it's all on your face. The face is the affective homunculus. And he invented this ultra high speed camera that would take 20,000 photographs a second, so that the most minuscule changes in the facial musculature and color from the changes in blood flow could be captured and analyzed. He says, you can see what's going on with people. There's no way you can fake that. It's so fast. It is as though hardwired. And then layers and layers and layers of social and interpersonal, ideological and self-parody and all sorts of obscurity, which some extremely learned and bright scholars, I'm looking at Lisa Barrett Feldman, think that the overpainting is the reality, and we're only guessing that there might be something deeper. So I think Professor Tompkins would say, well, perhaps you need just to use a magnifying glass and not use the sonar probes to get at reality. Much of what's real is right on the surface. You just need to train yourself to stay on the surface.
Yeah, the great mysteries, and once you get caught up in the mysteries, like I said, like so to say, the God's eye perspective, that even like physicists, you're saying, well, like, are physicists, scientists claiming to say things from the God's eye perspective? Like, no, this is how the universe works, because when they, like, their science, they're seeing it from the perspective of God, not their own perspective. Then you get into deep questions of philosophy, of science, and then just this glimpse of thought, like, is it possible I could see things from the God's eye perspective? And it puts you just on the lifelong journey of trying to solve these great mysteries. And like the hard problem of consciousness, it's like can I solve the hard problem of consciousness? And saying, like, so, well, no one else has solved that. The greatest minds of every generation have been working on it, and some advances, but it remains unsolved. So it's just the journey that you don't even have to be a great mind. All minds, to some extent, meet each other. That's found active inference, or different meeting grounds, science of consciousness, or spiritual movements in terms of religious groups, meditation, group prayer, and the new invention of YouTube, where just people could all of a sudden the links in the chat, and random people around the globe who've been researching and thinking about the same subject are sharing thoughts and talking with each other about it. Do you blog or do you write also?
I do, yes, a variety of things. Yeah, I just gotten recently into the debate about what Yuri Bezmenov, the allegedly former KGB guy. I'd first heard of him through Malcolm Nance, who says Bezmenov is warning us how the KGB wants the right wing to take over and establish a dictatorship because they can control the dictatorship. and they don't want the idealists and the liberals and the socialists and the anarchists, because how do you control such a gaggle? And then I see that, oh, most of the people that have heard of Bismanoff think he's warning us against Antifa and critical race theory and all that terrible left-wing stuff. And he's showing us why good, moral conservatives should run the country, because they're strong. I don't know. So that's been where my latest excursus is, trying to get people to talk to.
Yeah, I've seen his videos, and people also will, conspiracy theories are very popular, and me and John are both Jewish, and like I trained in rabbinic school, and I'm not sure if he was Jewish, but a lot of that stuff comes into also Judaic conspiracy theories, or just some theory of subversive elite that are moving the world in some sort of direction that is against the benefit of the masses. And I mean, conspiracy theories are pretty interesting, but generally I'm a believer in spiritual forces versus thinking. I mean, certainly like government and wars and big business, that there's people that work together to just to talk like the God's eye angle. The concept that man could move the direction of history is a philosophically controversial event that conspiracy theories, I guess, hinge upon the belief that that a conspiracy is even possible, that man could change the direction of history. And then so if you accept that man could change the direction of history, then you're looking, well are there people actively doing it? Are they doing it in a nefarious way that benefits them and not others? And so I find conspiracy theories generally pretty interesting. I like the demiurge. I'm not. Are you familiar with Gurdjieff in The Fourth Way?
Yes.
So yeah, I came from his student J.G. Bennett, and I remember reading his book. One of my 13 books that changed my life. In his book, The Great Masters, when I mean, the demiurge is a common concept. Philo. But I first came across it from J.G. Bennett, a disciple of Gurdjieff. And so, I mean, generally, I like to, and there's also a lot of dispute on what the demiurge is, how to interpret it. But if you look at the demiurge is kind of this conspiratorial force of nature that drives progress. And, so you could be on the side. So Philo considers, the God of the Jews generally as the demiurge in general, or say that, I'll sometimes refer to Judaism in general, or myself as an agent of the demiurge, and in that sense just mean an agent of progress, that there's some force pushing progress forward. And that's Kabbalistically, we talk the Arizal's Kabbalah, which even a lot of Israeli scholars really believe that it's Neoplatonic and based on the demiurge.
I'm really upset at conservatives right now. They and I see this over and over again. Most of the problem, most of the
Let's see if I have another guest here, John. Is this Doctor? Oh, God forbid. Hopefully, God forbid, I got porn bombed.
Yeah.
Oh, was it? I didn't see that.
I someone took the link. I'll have to edit it. That's unfortunate.
I see this over and over again down here. A lot of the stuff is
conspiracy theory there, that someone's out there watching the video and would call porn bomb your stream. It's unfortunate.
Conspiracy theories are created by local officials, and it's the local officials that are doing a lot of this stuff, and they want to blame it on. And I've seen this over and over again down here in southern Louisiana. They're always blaming the people in New York or the people in Israel and for critical race theory in the schools, when in fact it's the actual school board who accepted all of this money. And then with the deal of taking this money, they had to teach critical race theory. I don't even know anything about critical race theory, but people with children around here are all upset over it. So, but the school board saying, oh, those people in New York or, the Israeli Jews or whoever are behind this. And no, in reality, it was the local school board. They had their hands out. They took money. and some kind of grant money. And one of the stipulations is that, and it's over and over again. I see it with other things outside of the school board, but I'm kind of upset with conservatives in the Deep South right now because of that.
These locally generated conspiracies have been around for a while. My aunt was teaching first grade in the 1980s, and she was all upset at one point because some woman had come into a school board meeting or the public group meeting and was just adamant to be told when you're going to stop teaching sex education in second grade. And the teachers kept saying, no, look, there's been no discussion, there's no curriculum, there's no materials. We're not teaching sex ed anywhere near that age. And they just speechifying and speechifying, so they just keep doing it. And it's so very, very much worse since the filter silo. Google and YouTube in around 2008 started allowing monetization of splitting the audience. Really, you used to have AOL in the 90s, and this was one great big pool of discussion, news, good news, bad news, but everybody saw the same thing. And then somebody at Google apparently calculated, well, if we really carefully tune your feeds to what you have been following, we'll make more money and you'll be happy. You'll be happy until something happens in my neighborhood, Squirrel Hill, Pittsburgh, that we did not like because somebody ordered it.
Well, God forbid, just thinking of, consciousness, like joint attention is actually extremely difficult to explain. And, even just two people focusing on the same thing in terms of an explanation of consciousness process, how it happens. So in terms like, conspiracy, just think, well, two people or a group of people acting together for some sort of interest. But, even just that there's me, you, and John all thinking and talking about the same subject is actually near impossible to explain from a physical perspective of consciousness. And if you're looking at individual minds that are, arise from the physical process, that, somehow each independent mind is producing similar thoughts, and then there's communication versus a panpsychic perspective or a spiritual perspective, to say it's not that independently our minds are thinking about the same thing and focusing on it, or if in terms of like a political agenda would be enacting it, but that there's a greater force that is acting through me or acting through a group of people at the same time. So that's generally, I take the spiritual, like greater force perspective. And so if you look at, from a religious perspective, like you say, sometimes I defend cults. I don't know if they're in the Philippines, if cults are more popular or respected, where you have like cultic leaders, or it's popular to have membership in cults, as opposed to you being more pejorative here. Is that common, like cults in the Philippines?
I don't know that we have quite as rigid a line. We have some large, generically Protestant churches that are purely Philippine. There's several. They'll take elements of Catholicism and Seventh-day Adventist ideas and vegetarianism and socialism, and just kind of put those together. And they're always discussed in a native language. Nobody, even though there's people that follow these churches in North America, they don't preach in English. So it's a little, even the phrasing tends to be autochthonous. It's all here. But yeah, there's actually, and I'm sure there's a number of reasons that all throughout the 19th and 20th century, there were various Protestant groups would say, what we're going to do is missions in the Philippines. We're going to do medical and education and religious missions. Other groups would pick South Korea or Korea. We're going to preach in Korea. So, that helped to kind of narrow things. And then the fact that there was a very rich religious tradition before Europeans arrived, both the native, what people call animist traditions, and Islam in the far south. That kind of created an additional polarization between the outside influences and the way we do things. But yeah,
I read stories about like
really the cults that people really worry about are the Maoists. And I try to have to explain to people, listen, you hear about the communists in Europe, or communists in North America. That's completely different. Here, communists are insane cultists.
People there that like think that they're the incarnation of Jesus Christ or something like that in terms of, somewhat like charismatic Christianity. But I think I read about, I don't know if it's the Philippines or something, it's like, I think pretty common, really across the world, but in the Far East where charismatic Christianity, where so to say, cults around people that think they're the incarnation of Jesus Christ. But I'm referring to like Maoist or violent cults. I was thinking like in general that historically in maybe modern day Hinduism or pagan tribal religion, where the cult is not centered around a person, it's centered around a deity. And like the cult of like the Greek cults or the Babylonian mystery cults or Egyptian mystery cults, where the cult was centered around the deity, and you believe that this spiritual force, the deity, was the center of the cult and had a spiritual force that acted through all of the members, as opposed to modern day cults that are centered around charismatic leaders. So but I just look at that in some form of collective consciousness, that what is the mechanism that allows people to operate collectively or form some sort of collective consciousness where they're operating towards some sort of common purpose, which would include conspiracies.
Yeah, the one case, and it's been a number of years ago, there was a Philippine faith healer who claimed to be able to do psychic surgery. And a lot of it was sleight of hand. Some of it was actual psychosomatic cures. He claimed that he could reach into. He would do these demonstrations. He would supposedly reach into people and pull out a tumor, and it would actually be a piece of chicken liver. In a very different cultural and political context, you could point at the secessionist movement, the Hindu secessionist movement in Sri Lanka, which is almost the very worst example in modern times of a political movement that just wouldn't compromise. Deal after deal after deal and was offered, and it looked like it was going to go through, that yes, there will be a Hindu heartland in the northeast, and the rest of the island will be Buddhist, and we'll get along, and it'll be fine, and everybody will stop shooting at each other. And the leaders kept saying, no, we're going to have absolute autonomy. We're going to be a completely separate country. And no, those borders are no good. We want a lot more land. And finally, they just locked that. Half of the country was locked down for years. And it was about as bad as you could expect. We can hope that doesn't happen anymore. I don't know. I look at my maps from years ago, how we're going to carve up North America into these 8 cultural regions, and we're going to build that wall. 10. That's the other. Somewhere from 5 to 10. Starving little dukedoms battling over access to water.
That's why I said Detroit's going to come back, dude. It's next to the largest freshwater reservoir in the Western Hemisphere. Those Great Lakes.
So, was there anything you wanted to talk about, Dave? Since you're my guest here from the other side of the world.
Well, let's. Did you cover Bohm while I was sleeping, or can we dive in there?
Well, I was going to read some of these papers, so I mean, that's generally like I week in review. I try to put myself out there and just cover some of the things I'm researching or the content I'm watching. Have a few guests, and then read a few papers. So, I'm not sure if it's interesting for me to just read these papers while you're still here, or read them like once you go, or if you want to talk about Bohmian Bohmian mechanics, or I mean, do you want to give like an overview of your understanding of the aspects of Bohm, as opposed to the main Copenhagen interpretation, the Bohmian mechanics?
John, what do you think?
He may not be familiar with Bohm and physics. He's not really a scientist.
Okay. Yeah, David, why don't you go ahead and you can read, you can commentate, or just discourse.
Okay, so I'll put the screen share back. So I pulled out 5 articles. So I mean, if you're not in a hurry, I could go first to the Kabbalah Physics of David Bohm, and if you want to, this one I downloaded, but this is a Hyman Schipper article. It's probably the most the best of the articles I have here. There's a few smaller ones. So this is Kabbalah and the Physics of David Bohm by Hyman Schipper. Here's the abstract. The development of quantum physics over the last century has stipulated a reapproachment between contemporary science and the Jewish mystical tradition of Kabbalah. Here, evidence is deduced from the classical mystical texts of the works of leading Kabbalists of the 16th to 18th centuries, supporting an hypothesis that pivotal concepts elaborated by the influential physicist David Bohm, 1917 to 1992, are intrinsic to the Jewish mystical worldview. Specifically, we will demonstrate the striking parallelisms between the implicate-explicate order and holographic universe of Bohmian mechanics and the Kabbalistic principle of Hislabshus, ensheathment, Kaluth, inter-inclusion, and Hit Kashrus, interpenetration. Possible implications of these homologies for epistemology, religion, and modern physics are discussed. The last quarter of a century has witnessed a burgeoning literature relating contemporary science and, in particular, quantum physics to the Jewish mystical tradition or Kabbalah. In some instances, scientists have extracted from the latter metaphors that clarify, add perspective, and lend vividness to scientific concepts, many of which hinge on arcane mathematical formulae, which are often counterintuitive and difficult to convey in ordinary parlance. On a more profound level and germane, John, you mind muting or getting some feedback?
I'm
on a more
muted.
profound, if you could mute your mic, you're just getting some feedback. I think it's coming from you. On a more profound level and germane to the thesis of this paper, it is a possibility that modern physics and ancient mysticism display unprecedented degrees of confidence because both disciplines, one founded on empirical research, the other anti-empirical and revelation-based, may provide legitimate and contemporary insights into the nature of reality. The current work contributes to the ongoing dialogue by bringing to light several remarkable parallelisms between the Kabbalah and the science of the 20th century physicist David Bohm. To develop this theme, we begin by briefly recapitulating the ontology of quantum mechanics with emphasis on the contributions of Bohm. We then discuss the concepts of Hislabshus, Kaulus, and Hiskashrus in the context of broader Kabbalistic doctrine as elucidated in the classical mystical text and the writings of Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto and Rabbi Shalom Sharabi. We attempt to demonstrate, notwithstanding the radically different lexicons naturally invoked by these disciplines, a concordance of perspective between the Kabbalistic ideas of Hislabdus, Hiskaulus, and Hiskashrus, and the implicate order and holographic universe of David Bohm. We conclude by reflecting on the value of such exercises for the enrichment of both science and religion. Clarifications and disclaimers. The main objective of this exercise is to test an hypothesis that features central to the physics of David Bohm are intrinsic to the mystical worldview of the Kabbalist. Our goal is not to provide sweeping generalizations concerning perceived similarities between Jewish mysticism and contemporary physics. Rather, we focus here on several specific aspects of Bohmian mechanics, the implicate order and holographic universe, and the Kabbalah, which we believe make cohere both disciplines within a common conceptual framework. Nor do we argue the prescient insight into the underpinnings of physical reality is unique to the Jewish mystical tradition. Indeed, non-Jewish metaphysical systems such as Plotinus Aeneas, the writings of Thomas Aquinas, and various Eastern philosophies contain motives that resonate with current scientific thinking. The Kabbalah frequently employs the term light, or in Hebrew metaphorically, to connote spiritual forces which emanate from and mediate the will of the Creator. When used in this context throughout the manuscript, light is capitalized to distinguish from conventional physical light. Similar just conventions for the writing of this. Key passages, so just looking here, they have a extremely long glossary of Hebrew terms that are used in this essay. So people could search up the essay and download it for themselves. And the author notes that he received permission from Rabbi Ephraim Goldstein to write this. And in terms of some rabbis may have questioned whether it's a good idea to take upon such a venture. Quantum physics. A historical account of key developments in quantum physics with particular emphasis on Heisenberg's uncertainty principle was previously published in Torah Journal. Quantum mechanics is an enormously insightful branch of physics that builds upon and transcends classical Newtonian notions of material existence. Many have identified the origins of quantum mechanics with the discovery of blackbody radiation by Max Planck in 1900. A quantum mechanical understanding of matter, energy, space, and time unfolded apace with the seminal contributions of Ernst Rutherford, Niels Bohr, Albert Einstein, Werner Heisenberg, Erwin Schrödinger, and others in the first half of the 20th century. During the last 60 years, input from pioneers such as Murray Gell-Mann, Richard Feynman, Steven Weinberg, and Eugene Wigner have enabled further refinements of quantum theory, a marriage of particle physics and cosmology, and the advent of numerous disruptive technologies based on this knowledge. Interested readers are referred elsewhere for further detail concerning the history of quantum physics and a timeline of key discoveries which have punctuated the field. The tenets of quantum mechanics differ profoundly from those of classical physics in ways that often appear paradoxical and highly counterintuitive. In classical physics, it is theoretically possible to ascertain the position and momentum of every particle in the universe and thereby accurately determine the future. In contemporary quantum mechanics, it is fundamentally impossible to predict future events because one can never fully attain knowledge of the position and momentum of even a single particle. In the standard Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, every possible outcome for an event represented mathematically as a statistical wave function exists in the unobserved state. The act of observation elicits the collapse of the wave function, whereby one of these many potential outcomes is selected as the reality actually experienced. Germane to the current thesis, a considerable body of quantum theory and experimental evidence implies that all particles emerging from the Big Bang singularity maintain an indefinite connectedness with one another. Each particle therefore knows about the existence of each other particle, and due to the preserved complementarity, the properties of one particle change instantaneously and commensurate with changes in the partner particle regardless of the extent of their physical separation. Einstein's spooky action at distance. For the latter to arise by classical causal interaction, information would need to pass from particle A to particle B at impossible superluminal speeds. Quantum theory dictates that the particles' shared history forever locks them in a reciprocal dance quantum entanglement that does not obligate the transmission of new information between them. Citing examples from the physical and biological science, Edgar Mitchell maintains that the non-local attribute of nature is much more than just a curious artifact of subatomic particles interactions, but rather is more fundamental phenomenon that appears at all scale sizes, and that any waves reverberating through the universe remain coherent with the waves at the source and are thus sufficient to serve as the reference to decode the holographic information of any quantum hologram emanating from remote locations. Bohm brings the notion of the universe's interconnectedness to an entirely new level by interjecting into quantum mechanics the concepts of an implicant order and a holographic design as described below. The physics of David Bohm. Bohm physics cannot be considered mainstream insofar as it is deviated from the classical Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, yet Einstein openly acknowledged Bohm as one of his intellectual successors. Indeed, Bohm's imprint, not only regarding physics, but on many fields of science, philosophy, and sociology, have endured and even gained in popularity with the passage of time. In this section, we present a brief overview of Bohm's life and describe his seminal contributions to physics with emphasis on the implicate order and holographic universe. In sections 5 and 6, we argue that these Bohmian themes are highly concordant with the worldview ensconced in earlier Kabbalistic literature. Biosketch. David Bohm's father, Samuel, was raised in an Orthodox Jewish Hasidic home in Munkacs, Hungary, and immigrated to America with his family towards the end of the First World War. David Joseph Bohm was born in Wilkes-Barre, a small Pennsylvania mining town, in 1917. Although displaying no particular intellectual proclivities in his childhood years, his imagination for the physical science was purportedly fired by a science fiction article on interplanetary travel he read at age 10. He became obsessed with astronomy, the harmonious motion of celestial bodies, hidden dimensions, and the nature of light. An introverted and physically awkward boy, David cultivated his leisure, wandering in the forest and hills surrounding his town after school while his classmates played baseball. In his later teenage years, Bohm became fascinated with the logic of mathematical proofs, and as applied to geometry and algebra, he spent tranquil college years at Penn State contemplating a four-dimensional cosmology, which differed substantially from Einstein's theory of relativity. In college, he also developed an interest in politics with a strong socialist leanings. His political views were destined to become curiously interwoven with his burgeoning scientific conjectures and also bring him unwelcome scrutiny from the American government. Bohm went on to study physics at the prestigious California Institute of Technology. Despite receiving kudos for displays of mathematical brilliance, he regarded an ambience at Caltech as competitive, stifling, and uninspiring. Bohm therefore abandoned Caltech in his mid-curriculum to join a theoretical physics group headed by the renowned Robert Oppenheimer at the University of California, Berkeley, which he found liberating. There, in his scientific creativity blossomed in areas ranging from the physics of particle collisions to high-energy plasmas. But it was afterwards, at Princeton and beyond, that the iconoclastic Bohm withdrew from mainstream physics to develop his theory of hidden variables and the implicate order. He was particularly disappointed in the way Niels Bohr and other leading physicists dealt with matters of interconnectedness and causality. More and more, his conceptualization of nature adopted a holism more remnant of Eastern religious philosophies than the prevailing science of his time. The physicist's rich and protracted correspondence with the Indian teacher and mystic Krishnamurti, whom Bohm revered, undoubtedly helped shape his emerging Bohmian worldview. Bohm's perspective on wholeness and the universe as a hologram represented a startling departure from conventional physics with profound implications from the neurosciences, psychology, consciousness, and religion. The following sections elaborate on several key themes of Bohmian mechanics, which we believe have compelling homologues in the Kabbalistic literature. So it looks like John dropped off, or he's back. So I don't know if do you have any comments on so far, Dave?
The one thing that kind of jumped out at me was the observation that all particles are entangled with all particles since the time of the Big Bang. Is that quite correct? The way that entanglement is usually discussed, people will talk about two particle entangled systems, or this recent breakthrough just in the last few weeks of getting thousands of atoms in a very specially prepared state to stay entangled long enough to watch it. Is that a slightly is Dr. Schipper kind of overstating the notion of the universality of entanglement?
Yeah, I think so. He might be mixing metaphysics with science, because science does not necessarily need to explain a why. To just say if there's a phenomenon and it's measurable and it's predictable, to say, well, how does it work, is not necessarily within the purview of science. Where he talked about the exchange of information. So, I think entanglement's still a mystery. There's certain elements like quantum computers, or the phenomenon's been observed. But to say like the Big Bang or all particles, that might be his stipulate. That might be more his I'll call like authoritative explanation that's not necessarily in line with the current call scientific consensus. I see that a lot in Schipper's work, that because he might be writing these these for non-scientists. I don't know who his target audience, or he might for fellow Jews or Kabbalists, as opposed to physicists. I saw he's on the board of directors of the Essentia Foundation with Bernardo Castro. But like and he's just a neurologist. He's not a physicist, so it's unclear. Schipper's background as a physicist. Do you have expertise on these subjects? Okay, so I'll continue. This part's the most interesting part. The Kabbalah part's interesting too, but I'm saying the overview of Bohm, and he mentioned. I just recently read. My father had Talbot's book on the holographic universe, who I guess passed away young. I'm not sure if you remember Talbot's book on the holographic universe, but I just read that book recently. Hidden variables in implicate order. John, I think that's you. You got to mute for whatever reason. I got feedback from you. So, Bohm theorizing mathematical platform led him to consider the cosmos and the myriad contents and processes as an emergent property of an indivisible wholeness, which he termed the hollow movement. Bohm conceptualized the hollow movement as manifesting two major incarnations: familiar reality, or explicate order, consisting of all things and events which are amenable to our senses directly or via instrumentation, and an implicate order comprising layer upon layer of hidden variables beyond our perception. He viewed each deeper layer as more abstract than, but ultimately causative for the dimension mapping immediately superficial to it, with the most proximate hidden layer giving rise to the explicate order. Bohm construed every perceptible object and event as rooted in a vast, possibly infinitely regressing series of causal matrices that ultimately originated from a state of absolute or inconceivable wholeness. Bohm envisioned a highly dynamic interaction between the implicate and explicate orders. In Bohmian mechanics, shifts designated enfoldments periodically make implicate that which was previously explicate, while unfoldment of certain hidden variables renders them explicate and within the purview of human awareness. So the Bohm's diagram and implicate and explicate orders represented by Bohm as an ink drop in a rotating glycerin-filled cylinder. To illustrate these points and their implications, Bohm invoked relatively simple analogies derived from everyday physical phenomenon: explicate and implicate orders. Picture two concentric cylinders separated by a translucent, viscous material such as glycerin. Add a drop of black ink into the glycerin. While the cylinders are stationary, the ink is clearly visible as a dark spot within the glycerin, representing explicit order. Rapidly rotate the inner cylinder about its long axis. The black dot first stretches into a thin dark filament, still explicate, but soon disappears from view entirely, becoming implicate order. Although the ink is now implicate, the information coding for the original black spot is not lost. Indeed, if the motion of the cylinder ceases and then resumed in the opposite direction, the dispersed imperceptible particles of ink coalesce to reform the dark filaments and eventually the original ink spot itself. Bohm would refer to the initial disappearance of the ink spot filament as enfoldment within the hollow movement, and its reemergence as unfoldment. 2. Motion. The standard interpretation of motion is that an object moving from point A to point B within the experiential of Bohm's explicate realm. In Bohm's model, again drawing on the glycerin cylinder analogy, two drops of ink A and B are added to the rotating glycerin, separated by time and space, 5 seconds and 5 millimeters apart. The inner cylinder is rotated until both spots become implicate, with spot B disappearing 5 seconds after spot A. At the juncture, the myriad particles belonging to spot A and B are extensively intermingled, although the memory of each particle's trajectory from its original ink spot is conserved as described above. The cylinder is then immobilized and spun at the same rate in the opposite direction. After a defined number of turns, spot B materializes, followed 5 seconds later by the appearance of spot A. As the cylinder rotates further, spot B now becomes implicate and spot A remains visible for an additional 5 seconds until it too unfolds. In this experiment, If this experiment is repeated with the reverse rotation conducted at much greater speeds, it will seem as if the single Eck spot emerges and moves 5 millimeters from position B to position A before disappearing. Thus, according to Bohm, the linear motion of objects we perceive in the experiential world is an illusion resulting from complex cycles of enfoldment and foldment between the implicate and explicate order. This latter should not be confused with motion-like illusion provoked by a row of neon lights blinking in rapid succession, as such phenomenon in Bohm's terminology requires no unfoldment, as is entirely manifest within the explicate order. In the foreword to Michael Talbot's popular book, The Holographic Universe, Lynn McTaggart, citing Talbot, writes, Bohm believes the reason subatomic particles are able to remain in contact with one another is not because they are sending some sort of mysterious signal back and forth, but because their separateness is an illusion. At some deeper level of reality, such particles are not individual entities, but are actually extensions of the same fundamental something. McTaggart goes on to state that Bohm considered the universe a giant information headquarters of unbroken wholeness, in which everything in the universe is already present in some invisible domain beyond time and space, a field of all possibility, there to be called forth and made explicate or manifest when necessary. Have you heard that this glycerin cylinder example before?
Yeah, that's one of the illustrations for chaos, because you can do it yourself. Yeah, I think James Gleick at least discusses that, probably does some pictures of it.
Yeah, I have Gleick's Chaos book. I mean, he's written a bunch of books. The holographic universe. Holography was discovered in the 1940s by the Hungarian Jewish mathematician Denis Gabor, for which he was awarded the 1971 Nobel Prize in Physics. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines a hologram as a three-dimensional image reproduced from a pattern of interference produced by a split coherent beam of radiation, such as a laser. Essentially, a hologram is a two-dimensional recording of an inference pattern within a light field, which, when appropriately illuminated, reconstructs the three-dimensional image of the object originally captured within the field. Unlike conventional photographs, holograms exhibit parallax and other visual depth clues that vary in a realistic manner with changes in the vantage point of the observer. Holograms also differ from the former in another rather dramatic way. If one cuts out the left bottom quarter of a standard photograph depicting a woman, the excised segment may contain an image of only her right leg, subject the latter to the same procedure, and perhaps only her right ankle will be visible in the smaller fragment. In the case of a hologram, however, the isolated portions reconstitute an image of the entire woman, albeit in miniature. The pattern repeats itself unendingly, producing smaller and smaller but intact women. As the holographic image is progressively dissected, simply put, in holograms, the whole is recapitulated in each of its parts. According to the principle of quantum physics, this counterintuitive phenomenon is based on the non-local nature of the interference pattern of light, which conveys the information needed to reassemble the holographic image. In addition to and incorporating the concept of implicate and explicate orders, Bohmian mechanics posits the entire cosmos is based on grand holographic design, with each part containing a miniature replicate of the entire universe. Bohm considered the existence of each component to hinge upon its intimate relation to the whole, implying that individuality is only feasible if it unfolds from wholeness. In Bohm's words, quantum physics reveals a basic oneness of the universe. The world acts more like a single indivisible unit, in which even the intrinsic nature of each part, wave, or particle depends on its relationship to its surroundings. And the inseparable quantum interconnectedness of the whole universe is the fundamental reality, and the relatively independent behaving parts are merely particular and contingent forms within the whole. According to Bohm, our conventional notion of space, time, distance, and separation apply only to the surface of things as they are revealed within the explicate order. Akin to the hologram, two physical objects may be separated by vast expanses of space and time in the linear explicate order, with little or no separation may exist between their hidden components and folded within the implicate order. Evidence in support of Bohm's holographic universe has been adduced in fields as disparate as astrophysics, molecular biology, and the neurosciences. One such intriguing report was published in 2007 by Jacob Bekenstein in Scientific America based on the theoretical analysis of black holes. A black hole is a region of space-time thought to arise from the collapse of a star with matter so dense and gravitational forces so powerful that nothing, not even light, can escape from inside it. According to Bekenstein, the mathematics underpinning certain behaviors of black holes suggest that all information in the universe, as in a hologram, is encoded on two-dimensional flat surfaces and then transduced by our minds as four-dimensional space-time, supported by experimentation in humans, animals, and isolated nerve cells and cultures. The Stanford neuroscience Carl Pribram concluded independently of Bohm that aspects of the human brain may operate holographically. Pribram's findings led him to dispute vigorously theories of topographically discrete localizations of brain functions favored by Wilder Penfield and others. Pribram argued that many functions of the central nervous system, like memory, storage, retrieval, sensory perception, and consciousness, are at least partially non-localizing and better understood as unfoldments within complex implicate neural order. Citing the work of Marcer, Schempp, Mitchell hypothesizes that in the act of perception, the brain behaves as a quantum computer, which utilizes both quantum and space-time information. Some have even conjectured that human intuition, paranormal phenomenon such as telepathy, clairvoyance, and telekinesis, and certain neuropsychiatric states may be products of non-local quantum neural holography. So if you're still there, Dave, you may be more familiar with this than I am. So that was the physics part. And now he's going to go into the Kabbalah part and try to show some parallels. So Bohm, it's unclear whether Bohm studied Kabbalah or knew much about Kabbalah. He was more into Eastern religion, although he did move to Israel and retire. I think he ended up in London. Yeah, people who know the history, God forbid, Bohm was, I don't know if he was deported, but he was supposedly a communist, and under McCarthy suffered the worst of almost all the scientists under the McCarthyism of the era. So it's unclear whether Bohm had actually studied or knew Kabbalah. But this paper, he was going to take Bohm physics theory and compare it to Kabbalistic theory, even though it's unclear whether Bohm had actually studied or knew anything about these Kabbalistic theories. So it looks like Dave took a break. I don't know if you have something you want to say, John. You might.
Yes. He actually hit it on the head. I'm looking where I'm trying to quote his exact words, where he says, "Okay, quantum physics reveals a basic oneness of the universe. The world acts more like a single indivisible unit."
Yeah, I lost you, John. I think John froze. So God forbid it's just Duvid here solo. So I don't know if Dave took a break and John froze. So I'll keep on reading. The Kabbalah. The Kabbalah teaches about hierarchy of interlocking spiritual domains which progressively descend into holiness, beginning with the unfathomable Godhead, traversing fractal light through a system of coarsening immaterial worlds and culminating in the creation of the physical universe. In addition to elaborating an ontology and ontogeny for all existence, the Kabbalah explains, often allegorically, the hidden ways by which God continuously guides the unfolding universe and the dynamic systems that are in place to interact with nature and humanity. As depicted in the Kabbalah, the universe is governed by a complex system of lights or forces which through myriad interactions provoke chain reactions that ultimately impact humans and their physical surroundings. Central to the Kabbalistic viewpoint is the absolute unity of the creation at its core, with all semblance of separateness and differentiation becoming apparent only after filtration of the one infinite light, or Ein Sof, through the various sephiros.
I don't know if you heard me or not, but
no, you froze there. I'm not sure what happened.
Okay, so earlier, well, right before the Kabbalah one, right, the one right before you was reading, he had mentioned how what I think I'm trying to look on here. I'm trying to quote his exact words. I think you have to scroll up a little bit, but basically he was describing the 10 sephiroths, how each sephiroth has a little bit of the other non in it. He kind of said the same thing with the universe, how everything is connected to one another, and everything has a little bit of everything else in it. I'm trying to quote his exact words.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thesis of the paper. That's the main point he's trying to get at with this paper. Although I mean, he's going into much more technical detail than
But it reminds me of the 10 sephiroths. It's the same thing with the 10 sephiroths. Each sephirot has a little bit of the other non in it. It's just the same thing. It's kind of like the same.
Yeah, he's going to go into in depth in that, and that's one of the main theses of this paper. So there you have a diagram of laser holography. The primary Kabbalistic text. I think we get feedback, so you got to mute when I'm reading, because you're for some reason I get feedback from you. The primary Kabbalistic texts we have consulted are the Zohar, the teachings of Rev. Isaac Luria, the Arizal, as transmitted by his student Rav Chaim Vital, and the works of Rav Moshe Chaim Lozado, and Rav Shalom Sharabi, the Rosh Shash. The Arizal elaborated on all the main concepts of the Kabbalah and provided innovative explanations of the Spiros and Partsuvim configurations. The corpus of the Eitz Chaim, the Tree of Life, compiled by Rav Vital, encompasses the teachings of the Arizal and remains the major reference text in the Oriental Kabbalah. In 18th century Europe, the Ramchal and Rashash greatly facilitated the contemporary understanding of the Kabbalah by reorganizing the explicating many cryptic passages of the Zohar and Eitz Chaim. The Rashash, in his major text Nahar HaSholom, River of Peace, and the Roads of the River, was particularly instrumental in developing the themes of His Lavshus, His Kalas, and His Kashrus, which we submit resonate closely to the physics of Bohm. There you have the 10 Spiros, Partsuzim, and the worlds. Although the light emanation of the infinite is a unified whole, each of the 10 Spiros represents a filter that holds and transforms a certain part of this light into a particular force, attribution, or action. The 10 Spiros are Keser, Chachma, Bina, or alternatively Chachma, Bina, Das, Chesed, Gevurah, Tiferes, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, and Malchus. Each sphere is composed of the vessel, which retains its part of light. There's no differentiation in the ore within the vessel itself, as it is part of the parcel of the original undivided light. Differences emerge from the particularity or position of the sphere's vessel. According to the Kabbalah, arrangements of the 10 sphere are the blueprint of all things created, and everything that exists is ultimately comprised of these 10 forces. Partzuv, face, visage, or countenance, is a configuration of the spheros acting in coordination or towards a defining purpose. The 6 main Partzuvin in descending spiritual order are Atik Yomin, ancient days, Arak Ampin, long continents, Abba, father, Ima, mother, Zer Ampin, small continents, and Nukva, feminine. To allow for the creation and its spiritual and material contents, the Or Ein Sof retracted in a process known as Tzimtzum, retraction, thereby establishing a Chal or Makom Panoi, empty space. The Kabbalah teaches that in actuality, a faint glimmer of residual holiness, deemed a Rishimu, line the interior of the empty space and serve as a primordial feminine component of all things destined to be created. A ray of divine light, Kav, emanating from the surrounding Or Ein Sof, penetrated the empty space to unite with the Rishimu. From this union, the Zivug, was created all Sephiros, Partzuvim, and worlds. The first, most lofty, and therefore cognitively least accessible world created within the empty space is termed Adam Kadmon, primordial man. Below Adam Kadmon and growing progressively more remote from God's essence is Atzilus, the world of emanations, Bria, the world of creation, Yitzira, the world of formation, Asiya, the world of action, commonly abbreviated as Abaya. Each world possesses unique qualities which are beyond the scope of this essay. With what is important here are the following concepts. Each world comprises of 6 aforementioned Partzuvim. Each Partzuv is composed of the 10 Spiros, and each individual Spiro is made of 10 miniature Spiros in a recursive fractal-like manner. Their measure is 10, yet infinite. The Partsuvim overlap one another such that the three lower spirits, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, and the higher Partsuv, Ima, constitute the Moikim, the brains of Chachma Bina Das, and of the immediately subjacent Partfus of Zer Ampin. The Mokin animate the Partsuv, analogous to the relationship between brain-mind to body, and transmit divine guidance from higher spiritual realms. Atik Yoman can be construed as the top Partsuv of a given world, or the bottom Partsuv of the world immediately above. As such, it serves to connect worlds akin to the bridge's role of the Mokin between adjacent Partfuzim. Physical reality, the entire observable universe with all of its space, matter, and energy, comes into being at the very bottom, Malchus of Asiya. Everything in creation above this level is represented by a complex hierarchy of purely spiritual domains that, via intricate chains of cause and effect, ultimately impact the affairs of material existence. So that was a quick overview of the basis of Kabbalah. So it looks like we got Dave back. Did you have anything you wanted to add in before I get to his main thesis of these three Kabbalistic concepts?
Nope, thanks. Let's do it.
So here's what John was talking about. He's Lapshus, he's Kalus, and he's Kashrus are three vital and interrelated principles at the heart of Kabbalistic doctrine. They are intrinsic to the mystical topography of the classical texts such as Sefer Yesira, Sefer Abahir, and the Zohar, and the Eitz Chaim, the writings of the more recent Kabbalistic masters, including the Rashas Ramchal and the Shem, and the prolific Hasidic literature, such as Lubavitch. Familiarity with these basic concepts, is paramount to appreciating the Kabbalah's understanding of the myriad relationships among all the particulars of the creation and the forces which give rise to and govern them, and the critical nexus between the cosmos as a unified whole in its individual parts. He's Labshus, from the Hebrew word lavush, clothing, denotes a system whereby the bottom aspect of a world, Partsuv or Sphira, is enclosed by or dressed within the superior aspects of its immediate subjacent counterpart. We have already encountered a prime example of Islapshus in the case of the Mocham. One way to visualize this relationship is to imagine an incompletely extended telescope pointing downwards, the higher rungs representing more refined levels of spiritual reality closer to the Godhead are interior to and partially overlapped by the lower, progressively more mundane rungs. The region of overlap serves as a conduit by which divine guidance originating in the upper strata descends to influence events within the lower realms. Note that each lower stratum, by virtue of the overlap, serves to conceal from our direct perception the higher inner domain, while revealing by inference the latter's existence and functionality. See the telescope example. By analogy, the movements and touch of a gloved hand reveal much about the hand itself despite its hidden nature. Note also the degree of overlap among worlds, Partsuvim and Spiros, indicating the propensity for divine influence blessing to flow from one level to the next can vary with time and position within the Kabbalistic superstructure. Generally, the extent of overlap flow of divine light is least where decisiveness within the creation is maximal. This occurs with increasing distance from the Godhead among the Partsuvim and Atzilus relative to those of Adam Kadmon, or whenever Perud is exacerbated by the sins of mankind. So he's Lapshitz and clothement, metaphorized by a set of extendable telescopes. Reference configuration of the Kabbalistic superstructure. Joints of the telescope symbolize degrees of overlap and clothement among Spiros, Partsuvim and worlds. In B, descent of creation into Auric, increasing apparent disunity and distance from the Ein Sof, and ascent into progressive revelation of wholeness and the indivisible light of the Ein Sof. So this is a telescope example. The Rashash and others refer to this telescopic extension downward into greater disunity and movement into Auric, vertical descent depicted by the stretching of the telescope. This is the top-down direction of that the creation naturally unfolds into to permit the manifestation of apparent separateness, evil, and free will. Contrawise, the extent of Hislopshus overlap is progressively augmented as one moves up the tree of life, or on account of the mitzvahs, tikkunim, positive deeds, and rectification performed by man. This is tantamount to moving from auric into states of increasing unification, or oivi, horizontally, as illustrated by retraction of the telescope. In extreme states of oivi, in contradistinction to auric, the hierarchical relationships among the created particulars dissolves, and all things are perceived as spiritually equistant from the Godhead. Several examples may help flesh out this concept. From the ladder-like perspective of auric, we would ordinarily attribute greater value to humans than to gnats or pebbles. However, insomuch as the three fulfill the mandates of the Creator, they are, when viewed from the perspective of oivi, equally proximate to the supernal sphere of Kesser divine will, and thus equally vital to God's plan. In auric's vertical scale, a seminary student who used to learn 12 hours a day, but now only managed to put in 10 hours, is still held in higher esteem than a peer who increased his daily learning from 1 to 2 hours. Not so in oive. By shifting the ladder horizontally, student A has lost ground and receded from God's will into increasing disunity, whereas student B has entered a more profound state of wholeness. In times of despair, the common Hebrew expression Gamzu Latova, even this is for the good, is transformed from a hopeful utterance into a proclamation of truth when perceived through the lens of oivi. For according to the Kabbalah, all circumstances are ultimately decreed by the benevolent one for the benefit of humanity. Using the symbolism of mathematics, we shifted from auric to oivi, from whenever we collapse a gematria, sum of a numerical value of the letters comprising a Hebrew word, to its numerical diminutive. Thus, may the 613 mitzvahs be regarded as branches of the more fundamental 10 commandments, and the latter as a manifestation of the will of the one God. According to Jewish tradition, the orbs of the sun and moon were initially created equal in stature. God subsequently diminished the moon and rendered it passive recipient for the light of the sun. This is tantamount to the vertical descent from oivi to auric. In the Messianic era, the moon will regain its original position of prominence. The moon will be established in its completeness, the movement into oivi, and function in harmony with the sun as two kings sharing a single crown. This dynamic tension between the sun and the moon is but one special case of the pervasive Kabbalistic doctrine concerning the relationship of the masculine and feminine, which informs all aspects of the creation. We contend that Hislopshus and Bohm's implicate order are identical theoretical constructs. Kalalus stems from the word klal, which connotes wholeness, cohesiveness, and generality, the antonym of prat, part, or specific. Hiskalish is commensurate with the notion that the whole is recapitulated or contained within each of its part, like John was saying. This inter-inclusion is embodied in the mathematics of fractal geometry and in the perpetually recurring images of the Mandelbrot set. By the same token, each sphere contains within it all 10 spheros. This is exemplified in the Jewish liturgy by counting of the Omer, ritual between the festivals of Passover and Shavuos, Chesed of Chesed, Gevurah of Chesed, Tiferes of Chesed, until Malchus on the 49th day. Similarly, every partsuv and world contains within it all the partsuvim and worlds. The concept is understood by a homiletic indicating that the bush wherein God revealed himself to Moses on Mount Sinai was also present in miniature within each stone hewn from the mountain. And this is what John was referring to, the Hiskalalos, inter-inclusion, where each sphere has contained within it all 10 spheres. Hiskalalos subsumes the mind-bending idea that the entire physical universe is reconstituted within each atom, that each interval of time embodies the entire past, present, and future. All things concurrently in existence have always existed and will continue to exist in the future, and that each soul is replete with all souls extant and pending. Viewed from this vantage point, it is understandable why one who observes a single mitzvah to fulfill capacity is rewarded if he fulfilled all 613 mitzvahs, why the Sabbath and its concluding Havdalah blessings, inadvertently uttered by a disoriented traveler on a weekday, are by dint of the mini Sabbath enfolded within it, not pronounced in vain, why punishment of each and every transgression affects atonement for the singular sin of the golden calf, why all of Israel are connected to one another, is not merely a moral imperative, but a metaphysical fact, and why the saving of a single life is tantamount to rescuing the entire work. Hiskalus is highly reminiscent of, if not synonymous, with Bohm's holographic universe. Bohm conceptualized the property of inter-inclusion as being mandated by the relationship of the part to the indivisible whole in a similar vein, drawing on the Kabbalah the Rebbe Rashab of Lubavitch wrote, and this is the concept of inter-inclusion, which is contingent on the revelation of the unlimited Ein Sof, insomuch as it reflects a deep underlying unity. The realization of Hiskalus in nature is, in the eyes of the Kabbalah, a quintessence of grace and fulfillment of the verse in Song of Songs, your entirety is beautiful, and you have no blemish. Hiskashrus derives from the root kesher and connotes binding, connection, or amalgamation. It is a mechanism of impenetration which promotes a grand underlying unification of the creation and operates in conjunction with the principles of Islavshus and Hiskalus. By way of example, let's consider the four worlds arranged as a vertical stack of the four blocks with Atzilus at the top nearest the Godhead. We can consider each world as a particular composed of 10 spheros. Dynamic interactions among the latter are necessary for the establishment and proper governance of each world. Generally, for the ore of the sphere of chesed to radiate to the bottom world of Asiya, a top-down chain of command is brought into play. Influence descending from the Ein Sof via Adam Kadmon activate in serial fashion the 10 spheres of Atzilus. Malchus of Atzilus serves as Kesser of Bria to mobilize sequences the 10 spheres of that world. This pattern of descending influence continues through Yetzirah and Asiya and eventually extends to us if we are worthy via the final sphere of Malchus of Asiya. The principle of Hiskashrus dictates that the intimate bounds exist not merely along the spheres comprising of any given prat, but among like spheros chesed across all the pratim of creation. Hiskashrus enables the chesed component of each and every part of creation to be mobilized concurrently, when so decreed from above, by passing the domino effect structure of the Seder Hishtalshalus. The Ramash would construe this shift from the sequential series-like actualization of chesed within each branch and leaf of the tree of life to the simultaneous parallel processing of chesed throughout the entire creation as another instance of movement from Orak to Oivi, and hence a greater expression of wholeness. Biblical literature is replete with examples of Hiskashrus. One famous instantiation of the principle adduced from the inanimate domain is the miraculous partition of all bodies of water, concomitant with the splitting of the Red Sea at the Exodus from Egypt. We have a diagram of Hiskashrus, simultaneous coactualization of like Sephiros within and among worlds. Such parallel processing of homologous parts circumvents the linear hierarchical flow of divine influence illustrated and represents a greater manifestation of wholeness. A study of basic biology affords numerous examples of Hislapshus, Hikalus, and Hiskashrus. The human body is a hugely complex system of discrete organs and tissues, each discharging unique duties for the health and welfare of the organism as a whole. Brain cells express proteins indispensable from the relegation of diverse physiological functions, sensory perceptions, movements, and cognition. Liver cells synthesize a very different set of proteins for the maintenance of the body's energy requirements and detoxification of harmful substances. Yet, in accordance with the principles of Hiskalus, each brain cell contains within its nucleus all the DNA required to generate the full gamut of the liver, and indeed all other human proteins, and vice versa for liver cells. Everything contained within the whole is recapitulated in each of the parts. Our ability to clone an entire organism from a single cell is a pragmatic realization of this principle. Of the example invoked, neuronal genes coding for the liver and other non-brain proteins, albeit present in the latent form, Kabbalist, are represented ha'elam, concealed or made implicate in Bohmian language, and only those proteins necessary for the maintenance of normal neurological function are actually produced. In The Sparks of the Hidden Life of Moshe Schatz broadens the anatomical analogy further to implicate the principle of his kashrus. He intimates that the achievements of absolute biological integrity and optimal component performance presupposes a functional bonding of, say, the right eye with some aspect of right eye-ness inherent to each limb and tissue. Along similar lines, but now operating interpersonally, his kashrus would explain the midrashic account of sudden and widespread fecundity among Hitherु childless women that coincide with the birth of a child to the previously barren matriarch Sarah. In the example cited, his kashrus would imply, respectively, that the right eye per se is but the fullest expression of the attribute distributed throughout the organism as a whole, and that Sarah's abrupt fertility is microcosmic of a property permeating the community at large. Such top-down organization and regulation of biological systems is the harmony with an emerging anti-reductionist viewpoint, which maintains that to intuit deepest levels of meaning, a concept dismissed a priori by most contemporary molecular biologists, but gaining in respectability in quantum mechanics circles, living and conscious processes are more profitably understood in their own right rather than in terms of any deconstructing physics or chemistry. In essence, these natural examples of his kashrus are no different from the aforementioned ubiquitous surge of loving kindness accruing from the simultaneous activation of chesed within the innumerable decasporiodic components of the cosmos. It is noteworthy that although Bohm's account of the holographic universe employed terms highly reminiscent of his Lapshus and his Kabbalist, he did not explicitly enunciate a term homologous with the principle of his kashrus. Several possible explanations for this omission are presented in section 6. So I'm not sure if one of you has a comment before I finish the last part.
Yeah, I had just something we might want to look at. Let's see if I can get this up.
We have a screen share.
That's what I'm trying to do. Let's see if it works.
Should be in the middle of the screen, the present screen. And once you get it up, then it'll open a box and you click on it.
Yeah, select a tab to share. Share. Yeah. Maybe I can't do that. I could just read it. This is a selection from Leibniz's Monadology. It's another example of what he was using in biology. The author of nature has been able to employ this divine and infinitely wonderful power of art, that is, the unfoldment of worlds within worlds. Because
I have Leibniz Monadology open on my tab. So
good. Okay. Yeah. Each portion of matter is not only infinitely divisible, as the ancients observed, but also actually subdivided without end, each part into further parts, of which each has some motion of its own. Otherwise, it would be impossible for each portion of matter to express the whole universe. That was 65 and down through 69 or 70. You have that up there? Or I can read some more if you like this. Whence it appears that in the smallest particles of matter there is a world of creatures, living beings, animals, entelechies, souls. Each portion of matter may be conceived as like a garden full of plants and like a pond full of fishes. But each branch of each plant, each member of every animal, each drop of its liquid parts is also some such garden or pond. And though the earth and the air, which are between the plants of the gardens, or the water, which is between the fish of the pond, be neither plant nor fish, yet do they also contain plants and fishes, but mostly so minute as to be imperceptible to us. But there is nothing fallow, nothing sterile, nothing dead in the universe, no chaos, no confusion, save in appearance, somewhat as it might appear to be in a pond at a distance, in which one would see a confused movement, and as it were a swarming of fish in the pond, without separately distinguishing the fish themselves. Hence it appears that every living being has a dominant entelechy, which in an animal is the soul, but the members of this living body are full of other living beings, plants, animals, each of which also has its dominant entelechy or soul. Now, folks that haven't made up their mind about Leibniz will tend to seize on the concrete imagery here and say, oh, well, Leibniz was simply on psilocybin. He was hallucinating all this stuff, worlds inside worlds, because that's easy to do when you have enough psilocybin. And that may be an overstatement. I'm more inclined to think that he's just giving a figure of this. And when he talks about the dominant entelechy, that is the dominant purpose of each portion of the creation, that gets very applicable. And you can talk about federalism. We want to do things the way we do them in Alabama within the scope of what it means to be an American, and we want to do this. We have this particular practice because we're Episcopalians, but we're all Protestants and we're all Christians and we're all worshipers of the Abrahamic God, and we're all servants of the unique universal God. And we've got our governor, and the governor has his chief of staff that handles his thing. So it gets very, I think Leibniz is very powerful, particularly because he has the totally inter-explicatory order of the entelechies and the order of the Newtonian rods and elastic bands, these two different orders of organization of existence, one in terms of purpose and one in terms of just mechanically things banging off each other, which nonetheless each of those orders can explain the entirety of creation, although to varying degrees of power and varying degrees of confusingness. It just
it's definitely a topic I want to return to.
Okay, cool. I'm done with that.
Okay, so let me finish up this article. The section 6, the synthesis. The advent of quantum mechanics during the last century has heralded an unprecedented convergence of scientific and Judaic mystical interpretation of physical reality. In the previous article published in the Torah Umada Journal, we garnered evidence from the Zohar, the 8th Chaim, the 18th century of Rebbe Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, that Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, a pillar of quantum mechanics, is strikingly similar to the Kabbalistic construct known as Radla, the unknowable head. Homologies were demonstrated as they relate to the fabric of reality, the intrinsic incomprehensibility and paradoxical nature of the universe, the translation of the indeterminacy into experiential reality, worlds in potentia, and the grand scale unicity of the universe. Possible implications of these parallelism for modern physics, epistemology, and prophecy were discussed. The present work builds on this theme by demonstrating a provocative dovetailing of insight between the Kabbalah and the scientific theories promulgated by leading 20th century physicist David Bohm. We have attempted to show in sections 4 and 5 that there is no sacrifice of intended meaning when the lexicon invoked by Bohm to elaborate his innovations in quantum physics is interchanged with the homologous Kabbalistic terminology, where Bohm speaks of hollow movement to describe reality's absolute wholeness, from which all particulars spring and remain inextricably linked. The Kabbalah employs the same corresponding concepts, or Ein Sof, Shleimus, Klal, and Oivi. Bohm's implicate order can be readily understood as all domains at and above Malchus of Asiya, the world of action situated at the bottom of the Kabbalistic hierarchy. Similarly, Bohm's explicate order is tantamount to the physical domain amenable to our perception below and transduced by Malchus of Asiya. Bohmian mechanics mandate that each domain of the hollow movement arises from and sheaves and is causally influenced by the layer immediately implicate to it. Similarly, the concept of Hislopshus dictates that each component of the eights Chaim dresses and is controlled by the component immediately above interior to it, where Bohm, cognizant of the Seder Hislopshus, he might naturally have construed it as cascading structure of interacting implicate and explicate order. The Kabbalah teaches further that the elements comprising this Seder Hislopshus are in flux among various states of concealment and revelation. We submit that Bohm invoked the terms enfoldment and unfoldment to capture precisely this dynamic, with enfoldment connotating the upward-inward movement into hidden unification, and unfoldment a descent into apparent disunity. Perhaps the most revolutionary idea that Bohm injected into contemporary quantum theory, one that continues to impact scientific disciplines beyond physics and fire the public imagination, is the universe's holographic design, the theoretical and practical implications of a cosmos wherein each and every part enfolds, recapitulates the entire whole, can only be dimly appreciated at this juncture. Yet this singular concept, termed Kaulus in Hebrew, is a fundamental feature of the ancient Kabbalistic landscape and an essential aspect of the intrinsic inter-inclusiveness of God's creation. Thus, according to both Jewish mystical tradition and Bohmian mechanics, each particle and wave contains enfolded within it all the matter of and energy of the universe, where in every present moment, the distant past and remote future, within each thought, the sum of all human cognition and consciousness. By linking the principle of his kashrus and his kaulus, the Kabbalah takes the indivisibility of the holographic universe a step further. His kashrus reinforces the unicity of the creation by establishing a functional connection between a specific part of one decasephiric system or a mini hologram and its doppelgangers within the entire created network of fractal substructures. Examples of how his kashrus may operate metaphysically and within the human organism were provided. Interesting, Bohm did not describe a construct equivalent to this principle of his kashrus in the elaboration of his physics. One possible explanation for this is that a process akin to his kashrus may have been implicit to Bohm's formulation of the hollow movement and its seamless relationship to its myriad parts. He may have regarded as axiomatic the notion that any change in item I within a single mini hologram would reverberate instantaneously to affect all the items throughout the universe's entire fractal architecture, for if not, how might holographic symmetry be preserved? If this indeed was Bohm's reasoning, qualifiers, examples, and mathematical proofs to support the principle may have been superfluous. Perhaps he deemed statements such as each part is in a fundamental sense internally related in its basic activities to all its other parts as sufficient to convey the gist of his kashrus-like phenomenon. Alternatively, Bohm may have eschewed the idea of a hollow movement-wide concerted coactivation to replicate constituents or forces, lest this might hint at a deliberate action of the supreme consciousness, a position he exhibited some ambivalence towards. Finally, Bohmian mechanics, ostensibly uniformly by direct Kabbalistic influence, may simply not have matured to the point of acknowledging the existence of the universe, his kashrus-like properties. Bohm on religion. In the confrontation of Bohmian mechanics and the Kabbalah, one system based on reason and experimentation, the other a product of mystical thought and revelation, mere coincidences? Or was there something unique to Bohm's personality, intellect, and environment that predisposed him to think about physics and the unorthodox manner in which he did? Although it remains difficult to address this query with any degree of certitude, a modicum of conjecture may be warranted. Around this time, his bar mitzvah at age 13, Bohm confessed to his community rabbi that science was his overarching position and that he no longer felt connected to Judaism and its traditions. As he expressed no overt sentiments to belie this sentiment throughout his professional life, it is unlikely that Bohm deliberately drew inspiration for his maturing scientific insights from the Kabbalah. He did, however, harbor certain views on theology and mysticism. In an interview conducted in 1986 by Renee Weber, a Harvard philosophy professor, Bohm opined, albeit somewhat evasively, on mysticism and the nature of God. When asked whether the ultimate or super implicate order is a euphemism for God, Bohm cryptically replied, "It is not a euphemism for God because it is limited." Weber reminded Bohm of a comment he had once made affirming the existence of a superintelligence that is benevolent and compassionate, not neutral, to which Bohm tepidly responded, "We can propose that." Weber pressed on with the following, "What you have been saying sounds like mysticism, that we are grounded in something infinite. How does it differ from what the great mystics have said?" To this, Bohm admitted, "I don't know that there's necessarily any difference," and invoking Kierkegaard's definition of true religion, intimated that both legitimate physics and mystical insight might be grounded transparently in the power that constitutes one. So while denying traditional Judaism per se and falling short of actually declaring the existence of God, Bohm fathered a novel and compelling branch of physics which bears an astonishing resemblance to mainstream Kabbalistic philosophy. Referring specifically to Bohm's model, the physicist-philosopher Bernard de Espagnet stated that present-day physics forces us to take seriously conceptions lying so far apart from our usual experience, the scientific one included, that the epithet metaphysical naturally comes to mind. It remains possible that exposure in his youth to Hasidic lore and customs, a tradition steeped in Kabbalistic influence, may have unwittingly sensitized Bohm to formulate a scientific theory along mystical lines. Moreover, as alluded to in section 4.1, Bohm enjoyed intense and long-lasting intellectual discourse with Krishnamurti. Krishnamurti, a master of Eastern philosophy and mysticism, may have consciously or subliminally channeled Bohm's nascent thought process, already primed by latent religious indoctrination during childhood, along pathways ostensibly trodden by ancient Kabbalists. Concluding remarks. Since its inception, a millennial ago, Jewish mystical thought has steadfastly attested to the absolute oneness of the Creator and His creation in the face of apparent separateness and individuation. The perspective is at face value counterintuitive and outside the purview of classical Newtonian physics. The advent of quantum mechanics in the early 20th century provided a novel conceptual framework for a resolution of this great paradox, thereby breathing fresh life into the dialogue between Torah and science, that all particles and forces comprising the observable universe are blatantly interconnected, was the inescapable conclusion which followed a series of intriguing thought experiments and the confirmatory bench work of Alan Aspect and colleagues at the University of Paris in 1982. In the current article, we attempted to underscore further the growing reconciliation of Torah and contemporary science by juxtaposing several fundamental Kabbalistic principles with David Bohm's unique approach to quantum mechanics. Specifically, we adduced evidence from the respective literatures that Bohm's implicate and explicit orders, enfoldment, unfoldment, and holographic universe are mathematically valid descriptions of reality long intuited by the Kabbalist as he's Lapshus, he's Kaulos, and he's Kashrus. Indeed, the following statement by Talbot is an accurate rendition of the worldview professed by both Bohm and the ancient mystics. Everything penetrates everything. All apportionments are necessarily artificial, and all of nature is ultimately a seamless web. The universe is at heart a phantasm, a gigantic and splendidly detailed hologram. The extent that quantum physics and the Kabbalah address the same self-characteristics of natural law, ongoing exchange between these two disparate disciplines could prove mutually reinforcing. Science may arm mystical traditions such as the Kabbalah with compelling analogies and vocabulary to open the wellsprings of the latter wisdom to modern societies. Reciprocally, the richly imaginative Kabbalistic doctrine could potentially demarcate novel directions and enlighten the enterprise of scientific inquiry. Along these lines, Cambridge 1973, Nobel laureate Brian Josephson suggested that Bohm's implicate order may one day allow for the assimilation of mind or God within the framework of science. The following comments by physicist Joel Primack and the historian of science Nancy Allen Abrams were cited in our earlier work describing other parallelisms between quantum mechanics and the Kabbalah, but are worth repeating here. We will turn to the Kabbalah medieval Jewish mysticism as a possible source of language and metaphor because certain Kabbalistic concepts fit our picture amazingly well. Moreover, Kabbalah's cosmology gave meaning and purpose to everyday lives and of its adherents, which we hope may become possible with the scientific cosmology emerging today. While these worlds may pertain to many aspects of contemporary quantum mechanics and cosmology, nowhere do they resonate more cogently than with the physics of David Bohm. The author gratefully acknowledges Rabbi Ephraim Goldstein and Professor James Bauer for their insightful comments regarding various aspects of this project, and Ms. Adrienne Lieberman for assistance in the artwork. Okay, so there you have it. Any comments, John?
Yes, again and again, we keep seeing examples of the universe and they're connected and all living things and everything, every living thing in the universe being interconnected and having just like the 10 separates. I mean, we see this over and over again. And I believe one day modern science will science will catch up with a lot of this and will prove it. But I believe in just the core principles of we're all made of the same thing, and I wish, I just wish science would, if the scientists and the, I don't want to say the Kabbalists will get together and maybe they can study physics from a Kabbalistic point of view, and use that as its foundation. So
Dave?
Yeah, even within tendencies that are much more matters of mainstream or almost mainstream science, there are struggles to get people with even fairly minor differences in theory to talk to each other. Infamously, string theorists wouldn't talk to anybody else for several years. That's not as bad as it was. Mark Solms is still struggling to get psychoanalysts to look at neuroscientific work and neuroscientists to look at work from psychology and psychoanalysis and phenomenology. It's like, we're doing real science and you're not. You're doing real science and we don't care. It doesn't make much sense to me. Folks need more consciousness of abstracting. They need to drill themselves in what we really have meant since 1926 by the map is not the territory it describes. The word is not the reality that it symbolizes. None of these ideas are new. It's just, I don't know if it's a matter of laziness or group thinkiness, that there's so much self-isolation and it doesn't make anything better. There's no reason to why a person can't carefully study a philosopher or study a physicist at home and allow that to flavor a professional presentation. We don't have to say, as Krishnamurti has said in a presentation on particle physics, but there's no reason not to be enriched by works that other people are doing.
Yeah, I mentioned last week, I mean, God forbid the Pauli-Jung conjecture that Pauli really was a troubled person and was Jung's patient. So the Pauli-Jung conjecture came from Pauli, who a Nobel Prize winner, the Pauli exclusion principle. Life deteriorated so much that he was Jung's patient, but from that relationship that came up with the Pauli-Jung conjecture. Interdisciplinary studies are extremely difficult. Like my multiple truth hypothesis, just because they many times operate on different assumptions and axioms, the various disciplines and egos and the nature of the search for truth versus what would bring people together. So like the Science of Consciousness conference, the nature of fundraising or ego versus just the strive for truth and recognizing that one mind is limited and one discipline, and you need to bring other tools to the table, and that necessitates reaching out to other people with different expertises and then trying to somehow bridge that gap, which that's probably how we both came on to active inference, that seem to be at least attempting to do that.
I'd like to reference, I actually made an allusion to this book, The Kabbalistic Mirror of Genesis, a commentary on Genesis 1 through 3 by David Chaim Smith. I refer to him as a non-theistic but Jewish student of Kabbalah. And something I really recommend people look at, and there are a few lectures online about this. Mara Beller, Marabeller, was a mainstream historian of quantum physics. And after a number of years of doing the usual thing of doing biographies and cross-references, she realized something was really strange in the early history of quantum mechanics. And she took to studying very deeply the actual texts, the critical texts, especially one lecture by Niels Bohr that people have found, even for Bohr, extraordinarily hard to understand. What in the world is this man talking about? It's as though he were interleaving two different speeches. And she said, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. He's talking to different audiences back to back within a single 1 hour presentation. And she wrote this up at full length in a book called Quantum Dialogue, The Making of a Revolution. And she applies actually discourse analytic techniques and says there were two different groups of people doing quantum physics. They did not really talk to each other in the sense of ongoing conversations. There were ongoing conversations between Bohr and Heisenberg. There were ongoing conversations between Schrödinger and Einstein, and barriers, even within the same meeting, even within what seemed like the same sentence, these are separate discourses in virtually separate conceptual languages. And
I mean, God forbid, I mean, that World War II and Heisenberg becomes the chief Nazi researcher, that I mean, it became division where you had a lot of Jews, and because Germany was the center, and I mean, so like Heisenberg, however people interpret it, became a chief architect for the Nazis, and many of the Jewish scientists immigrated to America, and the non-Jewish scientists, people that didn't want to team up with the Nazis. I mean, most of this came out during the worst of times, where literally the sides were forming and killing each other.
Yeah, and that's still that whole question of what was Heisenberg up to? What happened when Heisenberg went to Copenhagen? That's ongoing this year, ongoing new research. People are so spurred to ask, what in the world was going on with this man? What was he doing with these different groups? What was he covering up? What were other people covering up on behalf of one another? And what attacks were not justified and what were? It's not resolved by any means.
Yeah, I've been surprised when I was just University of Michigan, and the employment, the nature like DARPA and military companies and recruitment, and there's a certain level like, well, I mean, at this point, like, okay, I work in a different field. I just study this because I find it interesting. And I kind of want to understand how the world operates. But when I was in school and considered going into physics, you're like, well, you want to make money and make prestige, and then you got to do something useful for society. I've also went into a lot of detail about the history of the Royal Society, and called like high and low birth, and the nature of funding, and a lot of times you have to prove your worth, and that will be militaristically, sometimes like as like map making or engineering projects that largely could be considered beneficial to everybody, but historically it's also military. And a lot of times the physicists don't really have any control of the matter. They have to make a living and feed their kids. And, although they're great thinkers coming up with ideas that change the world, that was their livelihood that they did to just make a living and feed their family.
I think it was Hugh Everett had struggled to make sense of Heisenberg and the way Heisenberg's papers were misrepresented.
Everett of the multiverse theory.
Yeah, and he finally had a meeting with Einstein and says, look, I maybe I'm not smart enough. I just don't understand what the quantum mechanists are saying. And Einstein says, young Hugh, don't worry too much. I don't understand Bohr. Bohr doesn't understand Bohr. No one understands this stuff. And you know why? It's not because you have to be a super genius. It's because it cannot be done. It's garbage. Quantum mechanics is just simply wrong. So Everett, apparently, it was just too painful for him to try to figure out these debates. And evidently he suffered from less cognitive dissonance by going out and building nuclear bombs. Somebody who's passionately in love with thoughts and is in a field of it is trying to work in an area where nonsense is mandated, it may be driven to strange lengths.
We got Amy here, so I guess she's been paying attention. Amy's coming from Portland.
Yes, coming in from Portland. I'm just listening mostly. I do know the multiverse theory.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I was just bragging about the wonderful weather 1 mile above sea level and just a few thousand miles from the equator. It's like Portland, except it never snows.
That's awesome. It rarely snows here. I wish it didn't. But it's 90 degrees currently, and I'm hating my life, so I'm not happy either way. My kid's really big into the multiverse theory. He sits there and watches video after video about it. He tells me, oh, the child is very interested in that. And Albert Einstein himself actually didn't like quantum physics or quantum mechanics. That's all I have, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fascinating, and there's a lot of. I mean, you could pick up pieces of it. If you find it fascinating, then it's a lifelong study. All these things are lifelong to study, and then like the nature of interdisciplinary studies, just to see that there's a greater puzzle to be put together, and these things that are really lifelong studies are just one element of bigger picture that you want to understand things. So I mean, we were talking like personality, that like the Myers-Briggs INTP. Some people are more focused on ideas than people. So you think like drama or something like that. Like I'm not really interested in people. I'm interested in ideas, and that's a personality inclination to really want to understand these ideas. And even though you could question the practicality or benefit of struggling so hard to try to understand these things. Well, you want to look at these slides on forgiveness since I have you here? We could still go over them next Saturday.
Yeah, that's kind of why it came up, because I was like, well, if he's going to go over it, I should be here.
So I actually have more stuff, but if Dave, you find this interesting, we're going to stream next Saturday. We're going to do it this week, but and there's actually an element. I have another essay that I was hoping to go over, but I prepared these slides on forgiveness, repentance, and character refinement, and looked at what the Greeks say, some of the Hebrew Bible, the Christian Bible, the rabbis. On forgiveness, then a little about repentance, the psychology of forgiveness, and character refinement. And hopefully next Saturday on Amy's stream, we'll discuss this. So, if you want to read this, Amy, or you want me just these quotes from Socrates, Plato, Aristotle on forgiveness?
It's up to you. I can read it. I just have to fix my glasses. Or actually, you go ahead.
Okay, Socrates. So I mean, some Christians will take a view like how the Greeks didn't view forgiveness, such a virtue as in the Bible. So Socrates, so they quote, "We blame people when we don't understand them. To understand all is to forgive all, and the closer we get to wisdom, I believe, the more forgiving we become." Plato, "In justice there are no amnesties, only expiation. There is no forgiveness, only forgivingness. There is a benevolent willingness to understand how it is that people cannot help doing bad things because they're ignorant or irrational or are overwhelmed by untamed or negative forces within them." In Aristotle, forgiveness, giving up one's feelings of anger and claim to revenge against a wrongdoer, is not a virtue. Disposition towards forgiveness is a deficiency in the character trait of mildness, although a trait of a decent person with trait of consideration. Recommends the middle path, the golden mean, where being too forgiving is a negative quality because it encourages people in bad behavior. And Aristotle said, feelings and actions receive praise or blame if they are voluntary, but forgiveness, sometimes even pity, if they are involuntary. Action is not voluntary if it occurs either through the force of an external cause or through ignorance. Ignorance requires desire for ethical behavior with lack of knowledge or of transgression. Agents must experience pain and regret when one becomes aware of those previous unknown situational particulars. I almost always first when I ever I do like a study of something, I always try to go to Aristotle and Plato. So it's interesting, like the Greeks analyzed forgiveness, but weren't necessarily like in the Bible where forgiveness is the strong virtue. Had a more strict view on human nature, where forgiveness is not such a good idea because people need to change bad behavior. So in the Hebrew Bible, there's a whole bunch of verses on forgiveness. I've quoted a few. Some of them are interesting because they imply the necessity to forgive even your enemy. So in Exodus, there's law, if you come across an enemy's ox or donkey wandering off, be sure to return it. If you see the donkey of someone who hates you falling down under its load, do not leave it there. Be sure to help them with it. Even your enemies, certain laws of taking compassion on someone's fallen low on their donkey. The Bible says that even to your enemy, this certain level of compassion has to be extended even to your enemy. Leviticus, do not seek revenge or bear a grudge against anyone among your people, but love your neighbor as yourself. So see, the Christian Bible extends generally forgiveness. In the Hebrew Bible is meant to extend between Jew and fellow Jew. And when we get to the New Testament verse, it largely extends that to all of humanity. Isaiah, I'm the one who blots out your transgressions for my own sake, and I will not remember your sins. Let the wicked one abandon his ways, and the sinful one his thoughts. Let him return to the Lord, so he may have compassion on him, and to our God, for he will freely forgive. In Jeremiah, I will forgive their iniquity, and their sin I will remember no more. Proverbs, those who conceal their sins do not prosper, but those who confess and forsake them obtain mercy. In Psalms, then I declared my sin to you, my guilt I did not hide, and you took away the guilt of my sin. And Daniel, the Lord our God is merciful and forgiving, even though we have rebelled against him. So in the Hebrew Bible, you have this conception, God is forgiving, even though we don't deserve forgiveness. And also homiletically, that you're forgiven when you admit that you're wrong, but if you don't admit you're wrong, forgiveness is not forthcoming. As where the New Testament Bible verses substantially have a higher role of forgiveness than in the Hebrew prophets. In Matthew, for if you forgive others of their trespass, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others of their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. Love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Bless those who curse you. Pray for those who mistreat you. To the person who strikes you on one cheek, offer the other one as well. Do to others as you would have them do to you. I was mentioning earlier at the beginning, my rabbi used to say, like, we're not Christians. We don't turn the other cheek. Like the level of Christianity taking forgiveness that, from the Greeks, that the Hebrew Bible offers much more valuable view of forgiveness than the Greeks. But the rabbi said, like, we're not Christians. We don't turn the other cheek. That the Jesus takes forgiveness to an even higher level. Love your enemies and do good to them and lend expecting nothing back. Then your reward will be great, and you will have children of the Most High. For he himself is kind to the ungrateful and the wicked. Do not judge, and you will not be judged. Do not condemn, and you will not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. In John, if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. If we say we have not sinned, we make him a liar, and his word is not in us. In Matthew, Peter came to Jesus and asked, Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother or sister who sins against me? Up to 7 times. Jesus said, I tell you, not 7 times, but 77 times. In Romans, repay no one evil for evil, but give thought to do what is honorable in the sight of all. in Corinthians, for if we would judge ourselves, we should not be judged, but when we are judged, we are chastened by the Lord, that we should not be condemned with the world. So just Christianity takes the extreme position of forgiveness in all cases, even to wrongdoers, even to people who wrong us. Rabbi's statements on forgiveness from the Talmud: despite the fact that the assailant who caused damages gives to the victim all of the required payments for the injury, his transgression is not forgiven for him in the heavenly court until he requests forgiveness from the victim. That God cannot forgive a person's wronging another person. The other person that they wrong has to forgive them. More than Rava, whoever forgoes his reckonings with others for injustices done to him, the heavenly court in turn forgoes punishment for all his sins. This general principle in a lot of these Bible verses is that if we forgive others, then for their wrongs against us, God forgives us for our iniquities. Rabba, one who commits the act of transgressions and is ashamed of it, all of his transgressions are forgiven. Shame is a sign that one truly despises his transgressions, and that shame has the power to atone for his actions. And you should apologize at most 3 times. If your victim still does not forgive you, then you should move on because you have done all that you can. So what if the person doesn't forgive you? Talmud says, ask for forgiveness 3 times, and if they still don't forgive you, you've done your part. Maimonides, it is forbidden for a person to be cruel and refuse to be appeased. Rather, he should be easily pacified but hard to anger. When the person who wronged him asks for forgiveness, he should forgive him with a complete heart and willing spirit. Even if he aggravated and wronged him severely, he should not seek revenge or bear a grudge. Rabbeinu Usher, you should ask forgiveness on Yom Kippur Eve from anyone who might hold anger over your actions. And this is a prayer recommended to say before going to sleep. I've said this prayer most of my life, and you just conceptually to forgive people before you go to sleep, to not bear a grudge the next day. Master of the universe, I hereby forgive anyone who angered or antagonized me or sinned against me, whether against my body, my property, my honor, or anything of mine, whether accidentally, willfully, carelessly, or purposely, whether through speech, deed, thought, or notion, whether in this transmigration or another transmigration, I forgive every Jew. May no man be punished because of me. And repentance is a sister concept to forgiveness. Repentance usually applying to God, as opposed to forgiveness as something extended to a fellow man. Repentance, the recognition of sinful behavior, regret of past misdeeds, and making amends for the sins, not doing again in the future similar situations. Rabbeinu Yonah, 1250, the famous book Gates of Repentances, has principles of repentance: regretting, acknowledging the sin, forsaking the sin, worrying about the future consequence of the sin, acting and speaking with humility, acting in a way opposite to the sin. For example, for the sin of lying, one should speak the truth, understanding the magnitude of the sin, refraining from lesser sins for the purpose of safeguarding one against committing greater sins, confessing the sin, praying for atonement, correcting the sin however possible, pursuing works of kindness and truth, remembering the sin for the rest of one's life, refraining from committing the same sin if the opportunity presents itself again, teaching others not to sin. If one has committed wrongs that cannot easily be rectified, do public charity and benefit society at large. Charity for society at large is a form of atonement. There's the Hebrew terminology of Baal Tshuva, a repentant sinner, and the statement that gets into some of this Bohmian mechanics: the perfectly righteous cannot stand in the place of the repentant sinner. That there's advantages to and disadvantages to a person who never sinned versus a person who sinned and then repented. And so the Kabbalistic interpretation of repentance is will actually come on. I actually have another article on Kabbalah and quantum mechanics, but the first is a 3-stage process: a rectification of society, the 3-part process of submission, recognition of sinful behavior, separation, avoiding the association in situations that elicit sinful behavior, till personal transformation, and sweetening, post-personal transformation, being able to re-enter the previous situation in society at large without sinning, and transforming, rectifying the world. That's actually people who sin and then repent could re-enter the world like a hero's journey and rectify the world. And this goes Kabbalistically, there's repentance from fear, where fear and awe of God, recognition of the harm caused by actions and consequences, self-improvement process to change from former harmful behavior and repair the damage, the repentance from love, recognition of separation from God, ruptured relationship, wasted potential. And the Chabad Tanya says repentance from love has the power to transform past bad deeds into good deeds. And so this gets into, actually I have another article from the Chaim Shipman on the Schrodinger's wave equation, but say like that mystically the past could be changed, and what was, when a person repents out of love of God as opposed to fear of God, that somehow the bad deed in the past is mystically transformed into a good deed. And the Kabbalist interprets this in some form of like a Schrodinger's wave equation, like historically, like, well, what really happened? You know, like, oh, in the past, like, you know, like I did something bad, but you know, from like a, you know, what really happened, that history could be reinterpreted through repentance, that turns out that it actually not just had a good outcome, but the actual past deed was changed. So this is some sort of Kabbalistic mystical concept that relates to Schrodinger's wave equation. And then I put some psychological notes on forgiveness, the psychological modern definition. Forgiveness, intentional and voluntary process by which one who may initially feel victimized or wronged goes through a change in feelings and attitudes regarding a given offender and overcomes the impact of the offense, including negative emotions such as resentment and a desire for vengeance. As opposed to the legal contents, forgiveness is a term for absolving or giving up all claims of account of debt, loan, obligation, and other claims. On Carl Rogers' concept of positive psychology, unconditional positive regard. Forgiveness is the self-transformation of one's own half of relationship with another, such that one's own self is restored to peace. Studies show that people who forgive are happier and healthier than those who hold resentment, and studies also show that forgiveness can be a learned trait. Anybody's capable of forgiveness, can go learn it. Forgiveness granted due to accepting a justification or excuse, where a person forgives because they realize that the person, even though that caused damage, but there's no moral culpability because the person didn't intend to harm, by understanding, oh, the person harmed me, but they had an excuse or justification. The condonation is acceptance without moral protest of an action, which ought to warrant such protest, can encourage bad behavior. As like mercy, unwarranted forgiveness, gets back to like the Greeks and saying forgiveness is a bad quality because it condones bad behavior. Reconciliation, so the general purpose of forgiveness is to reconcile relations, maintain positive outlook. In the emotion, forgiveness includes overcoming relevant negative emotion, resentment, hatred, experience because of being wronged. And then there's, I didn't include them, but there's multiple psychological multi-stage theories of forgiveness and character refinement related to forgiveness. You forgive a person because they changed. So character refinement, elimination of poor character traits like anger, lust, jealousy, pride, and acquiring of positive character traits like kindness, compassion, and mercy. Man is born a beast. From some Judaic or spiritual perspectives, say man's born a beast and must be civilized into a proper man. Ideal code of behavior versus natural animalistic behavior. So character refinement is conditioning oneself into proper behavior against the natural animalistic instinct. Self-awareness of current state of unrefined behavior with goal to transform oneself into a higher state of correct behavior against inclinations. If people are familiar with the George Bernard Shaw Pygmalion, the play My Fair Lady, critical influence in Victorian era, many authors, poets, and playwrights were fascinated by the Greek myth of a sculptor that fell in love with sculpture he himself created. In the My Fair Lady, taking a woman of low birth and training her to partake in high society. And there's a Hebrew book, Cheshbon Nefesh, Accounting of the Soul, early 19th century guide to introspection and self-improvement. It was modeled on Benjamin Franklin's system of working on 13 distinct character traits, each for a week at a time, with the cycle repeating 4 times a year, where God forbid every time someone has one of these negative character traits, you're supposed to have like a notebook and write it down. This is what Benjamin Franklin says that he did to perfect his character. Every time he exhibited a bad character trait, he would make a note of it until he eliminated it. And then some discussion topics. Hopefully next week on Amy's stream, we'll talk about these. Forgiveness is a difference among family, professional, marriage, and friendships, relationships that have a higher cost to sever, in dynamic relationship where, like if you're you people that you can't sever the relationship, and you might what's the difference in forgiveness and that the relationship of forgiveness to judging people favorably, emphasizing good, diminishing bad, evolutionary psychology, evolutionary regions, the advantages to holding grudges and forgiving, what's the reason evolutionary why we have such a concept of forgiveness or grudges, advantages and disadvantages. Righteous indignation is anger driven by content. We're angry because we are disgusted at something we perceive to be morally incorrect. Like saying righteous, unforgiving, I'm unforgiving to these injustices. Forgiveness for wrongs to self versus wrongs to other, loved ones in general. Can you not forgive somebody for how they wronged someone else? Self-forgiveness involves accepting what you can't change, learning from your mistakes, and understanding that you did your best. When is it right to bring up others' past mistakes and shortcoming, even post-forgiveness? Is there such a back to normal? And crime and punishment, difference between legality, pardon, psychology, justice systems, personal feelings versus governmental action. So I created these for Amy's stream. Hopefully next week we'll talk about these. I'm not sure if Dave, you came, but sorry to pop that in there, but hopefully you found that interesting too. So I'm not sure if any thought on these, Amy, or hopefully next week we'll talk about these more in depth.
No, yeah, I would definitely like to probably make my own slides for this topic as well, to like also include, just because pagans and Wiccans don't really do repentance, nor do they believe in forgiveness as easily as like Judeo-Christians. It's more about actions speak louder than words. We want to see people change rather than hear I'm sorry, and a lot of other things that go along with that. So I would definitely but I mean, I understand and respect all of this, and the psychological part of it that you were mentioning about like not being able to move on. It's just a little different for me and other pagans. So just a little compare and contrast, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you had mentioned, like, God forbid, all this drama with like Jen Bailey and like, prisoner reform, helping people, and like in Christianity, forgiveness is like the ultimate. Like you forgive people even if they intentionally wrong you. I mentioned the Jewish prayer, like before I go to sleep, I forgive people even if they intentionally wrong me, and that's somewhat for my own benefit, not necessarily just say so. I should because I believe in God. There's also, I didn't include like Hindu theology, means my own karma, that I might have been harmed by another person, but I was in reality harmed by myself, and the other person was just the vehicle of my bad karma. So if somebody wrongs me, although the agent of it was the person who wronged me, the cause of the person wronging me was actually myself. And so that's also like a mystical, spiritual outlook of it. And say that, but you could also say, well, isn't that just victim blaming? And the certain spiritual outlook towards it, whereas the practical psychology.
Yeah, I think with Wiccan, it's just, we believe like it definitely, if it's a true apology and there's a friendship to be restored, then it's definitely worth it. But if it's not, then you just kind of live and let live, and kind of stay away from anything that's negative. As much as I obviously don't do that in my real life, in my spiritual life, I don't mess with negativity. I don't do hexes. I'm a white witch. I do everything is positivity. If I want to get back at someone, I'm going to send them positive vibes. I'm going to do a positive spell for them. I'm not going to hex them because that's just going to come back to me tenfold. So, and the forgiveness is just a little more serious, I guess. It's not as easily given.
Have you read Pygmalion, Dave?
Huh?
I saw My Fair Lady. I remember my mom telling me, like, I never read George Bernard Shaw's Pygmalion, but I have seen My Fair Lady. And, like the Pygmalion Project is a common terminology of, the character refinements related to forgiveness in the sense like, well, I'm a different person now. I changed. So right. I included it there, but I'm not sure if Dave, have you read Pygmalion?
I have indeed. Yes, I've seen. I've read it. I've seen the stage play and the musical. Shaw actually wrote a note. Maybe it was a letter to a newspaper. People were all agitated to figure out who is it that Eliza marries after the play ends. It's clear she's going to marry somebody, and some people said, well, obviously she goes with the sweet young fellow. And other people say, no, obviously she chooses the scholar who really needs her a lot more than the more attractive young man. And Shaw says, well, if you just read my text, you'll know who she chose, and refused to ever answer that question. I'd like to comment on the Hindu take on forgiveness and tough love in this great epic of dynastic wars. There's this sermon that's dropped into the middle of it, where one of the princes gives the two combatant sides a choice. One of you can use my army in this war, and the other one won't get anything but my advice and my assistance as your driver. I'll ride you. I'll drive your chariot and give you
the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna and Bhagavad Gita.
Exactly. And kind of the most shocking point, and Krishna repeats this several times because people will think, oh, well, he's just being instructed. This is just a pedagogical. No, I'm absolutely serious about this. When it's your job to wipe out thousands of your relatives because their side has aligned against Dharma, has lined themselves up in favor of doing the wrong thing, you have to smite them. You can't say, oh, well, think about all the terrible consequences of this massive slaughter, all these orphans that are going to be created. Our culture will never recover if we proceed with this war. Krishna says, no. You have to. It's your job. Go out and lead the battle. Do your duty. So he's lining up with Aristotle on that. Idiot compassion is sometimes just plain idiotic.
Yeah, with the golden mean.
Smite the wicked when all other means have exhausted themselves.
Yeah, certainly the Christian, maybe even the Judeo-Christian tradition, saintliness is defined by being all the way to one end on forgiveness, even though you've been wronged. And so, the understand like the golden mean, where if you're too forgiving, it's going to have negative consequences. But for whatever reason, Christianity in this one aspect says like, no, saintly behavior is definitional for, being forgiven, making yourself a doormat to other people, turning the other cheek. And, so it's interesting, and then you could understand at least some context why you say, well, for forgiveness, you say that's the attribute of God, and all these verses will forgive other people, so God forgives us. He's saying, I know I have shortcomings, and God could hold me to the standard of my actions, to which I would fall short, but because I have a forgiving spirit to other people, therefore, reciprocally, God will have a forgiving spirit towards me. Saying that I may have done a lot of things that hurt people, and I have no way to make it up to them but because I forgive others, that creates call like a good karma. That I mean, it's interesting ways to look at it. And yeah, I made this for Amy because she does like true crime, and like Amy and John have a mutual friend that is in prison now. God forbid, likely due mostly to her own poor behavior. But the relationship of how much should you be there for a friend who is messing up their life, messing up their relations with other people. Or then also the relations say, well, if she changed, she's still my friend, but I'm going to necessitate that she change her behavior. That forgiveness, the hand is out there, but the person has to make the steps by actually changing their behavior first.
Right. Like, I forgive Jen already. Because I, just generally forgive my friends. I have effed up enough in my life. I've said obviously horrible things, even on John's live last night, and I can't hold that against someone. But there's a level to my helping her. If she gets out and she's super like trying to get her shit together and homeless, I would easily open my doors to her. I would fly her out here. That's the kind of friend I am. But if she comes out and starts talking about her ex and like all these theories, like, I'm going to help her, but I'm going to help her from a distance, so.
Yeah, that's like, God forbid, like, I had religious training. I said part of that was, dealing with prisoners or something. Right? Like if you have a congregation or a part of a community, crime and punishment is part of it, and people are going to go to prison. And religious training, part of that is dealing with people in the prison system, but like generally something no one wants to do. So if you get a reputation for helping out prisoners, you could get stuck in that because there's people might not even realize how many people are locked up or bad situations like that, and then you God forbid just become like a doormat for people's bad behavior, where they go, I messed up again, can you help me? And in some religious circles, that will be definitive of saintly behavior. Like, this person, becomes a difficult situation where, in, certainly U.S. society, I don't know how it is in the Philippines, but the U.S., like crime is really bad right now, and the prisons are overloaded, and it's streaming also because like people have bad behavior, people mess up, you have community. Like, okay, I'm just streaming to a handful of people, but the bigger a crowd you have, the more likely that it's going to be inclusive of people with bad behavior, and dealing like timing people out. Like someone porn bombed my stream earlier, and saying, but like God forbid, but I'm saying if you have a bigger audience, there's going to be an element of having to deal with bad behavior. Like you got to monitor your chat, and you got to time people out, and you got to like ban them and things like that. And you're saying, well, I didn't sign up to do that, but it's part of leadership or governance.
Yes, the social attitudes are a lot different in the Philippines. It's much more founded in traditional societies. The fundamental unit of government is the neighborhood, and the legal term for neighborhood is longboat. The idea is if anybody acts up badly, you sink. If too many people try to get a free ride, you go nowhere, and your longboat is swept over a waterfall. So on the other and that attitude is reflected by the fact that everyone conforms to the current rules on masking and using a face shield, plastic face shield. I sat in a town square in a very busy community where there's a lot of highly educated people who you might think would feel privileged to make their own rules. Well, look, I'm an epidemiologist. I understand that today there's no reason to wear a mask. No such thing. I counted for half an hour every single person that walked past that point in the town square had the face mask on. Almost everybody had a shield because they still require that. It looks like they're going to put the rules back that you have to wear a mask. I think by the next day, everyone will have it on. On the other hand, almost no public restrooms, including in restaurants have toilet paper because somebody will steal it. They'll steal it because they're broke, or they'll steal it to sell. Maybe that difference is reflected on this being more of a shame culture than a guilt culture. In the U.S., a guilt culture, you don't steal toilet paper because that would be a bad thing. God will watch me even if I don't think there's a God. A shame culture, you don't do things bad that people can see you doing. If they see me without following the sanitary conventions, they'll think I was raised bad. They'll think bad of my life.
Yep. Well, we'll discuss that next Saturday. Hopefully, if you're around. Well, happy Mother's Day to Amy.
Thank you. I was gonna say I gotta drop down. Actually, my kid. So, thanks. I just didn't want to interrupt. See you guys later. Bye. Nice meeting you.
Well, Dave, I don't know how much energy you got, but I got another article on the Kabbalah related to Schrodinger's, your Schipper's article. I was going to read it. If you want to stick around, you're welcome to, and I'll stop and you could comment. Or
Sure. I maybe I have something to do later, but at the point that it's time to go, I'll just wave and go. So let's do it. Okay,
so this is a Yeshiva University article, Afilalo and Chaim Schipper again. The Kabbalistic Radla, that's a Hebrew acronym, in quantum physics, analogies, and differences. And he actually refers into the other article to this one, that one was actually part 2 to this one, but part 1. But because you mentioned Bohm, I started with that one, and I'll skip the parts that are the explanatory, the basic Kabbalah. There currently exists a burgeoning literature that attempts to relate contemporary science, and in particular quantum physics, to Jewish mystical tradition. This enterprise is pursued for a variety of purposes. Sometimes religious Jews mobilize the similarities in an attempt to show what they regard as the prescience of Kabbalah. Sorry, let's put the link in the chat if anyone wants to read along. Its foreknowledge of modern physics. Sometimes scientists, whether religious or not, extract from Kabbalah metaphors that clarify or lend vividness to scientific theories, particularly in cosmology. And sometimes the enterprise is pursued simply because it is interesting and curious that ostensibly disparate systems, one founded on empirical research, the other virtually anti-empirical, can have such affinities with each other. We live in an age in which, for whatever reason, Kabbalah and mysticism in general resonate intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually, and in which mysticism and science show an unprecedented degree of confluence. We argue that fundamental concepts of 20th century physics have analogs in the Kabbalah, and our innovation in this paper is to introduce into an ever-growing discussion a particular Kabbalistic construct known as Radla, found in Lurianic Kabbalah and developed by Rav Moshe Chaim Lazato, the Ramchal. There are striking parallels between statements about Radla made by Kabbalists and statements by 20th century physicists, in particular about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Of course, there are differences too. Note that most attempts to relate quantum physics to Kabbalah have focused on cosmology, views about the origins of the universe. We have focus on descriptions of a world already in place. Importantly, we do not argue that Kabbalists of centuries ago were prescients and new quantum physics. After all, non-Jewish metaphysical systems contain motives that are similar to Kabbalistic ones we explore, and we would not attribute prophetic gifts to them, nor will we explore in depth the fascinating question of how to account for the similarities between mystical systems as a collective, systems not founded on experimentation, and which indeed make claims that are counterintuitive and contrary to ordinary experience, and scientific theories that put forth similar sounding counterintuitive claims. Rather, our aim is to present similarities between the metaphysics of Radla and quantum physics to demonstrate how they resonate with and complement one another, and to note differences. We also wish to comment on the value of such exercises. We will first present briefly the ontology of quantum mechanics with emphasis on Heisenberg's principle. We then explain the Radla concept, which next illustrates similarities between the system and contemporary physics. We then note similar limitations of the analogies In the concluding section, we reflect the value of comparisons between Kabbalah and science and discuss some implications of their similarities for science, religion, and our understanding of the universe. Quantum mechanics is a highly successful discipline of physics that builds upon transcends classical Newtonian conceptions of physical reality. It is very much a product of 20th century. This is almost the exact same as the last article. I'm going to skip through parts of it. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle. In 1927, Werner Heisenberg published the seminal paper on the uncertainty principle. The uncertainty principle maintains that paired physical properties of a system cannot both be measured to arbitrary precision. The more accurately one property is known, the less precisely the other can be known. Importantly, this is not contingent upon the resolution of the measuring apparatus or the skills of the observer, but is an inherent characteristic of the physical systems as dictated by the equations of quantum mechanics. While it is true that the very exact measurement affects the physical properties of particles, position, and momentum, the uncertainty principle makes a more fundamental claim that we cannot know as a matter of principle the present in all its details. In classical physics, it is theoretically possible to determine the position and momentum of every particle in the universe and thereby predict the future with complete precision. In contemporary quantum physics, it is fundamentally impossible to predict future events because one can never attain a full knowledge of the position and momentum of even a single particle. In the standard Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, every possible outcome for an event represented mathematically as a statistical wave function exists in the unobserved state. The act of observation engenders a collapse of the wave function, whereby one of these many potential outcomes is selected as the reality actually experienced. The Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics was strengthened after the attempts to refute it failed. Examples of such investigations include the thought experiments of the famous Einstein-Bohr debate of the 1920s, and more tellingly, the resolution of the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox, which resulted from repeated experimental violation of Bell's inequality in favor of quantum theory. Moreover, the results of these experiments, especially the Elaine aspect of 1982, implied that all particles emerging from the Big Bang maintain an indefinite connectedness to one another, and that each particle therefore knows about the existence of every other particle. Furthermore, the Copenhagen interpretation embodies the concept of preserved complementarity, whereby the properties of one particle change instantaneously and commensurate with changes in a partner particle, regardless of the extent of their physical separation. For the latter to occur by classical causal interaction, information would need to pass from particle A to particle B at impossible superluminal speeds. Quantum theory dictates that shared history of the two particles forever locks them in a reciprocal dance that does not require new information to pass between them. In this article, we will refer primarily to the classical Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. However, the reader should be aware that there exist competing variations of this interpretation, like Bohm and von Neumann, as well as several non-Copenhagen conceptualization. Prominent among the latter are Heisenberg's ghost reality, Einstein's neorealism, David Finkelstein's new quantum logic, David Bohm's undivided wholeness, Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation and information theory. As one illustration of distinctly non-Copenhagen perspective, Everett's model of quantum mechanics states that all outcomes that could possibly occur actually do in some version of reality. In this model, observations do not collapse the wave function into a singular reality, but generate a multiverse of innumerable parallel non-intersecting worlds. The Kabbalah teaches about the beginning of creation, the unfolding of the worlds, and the various lights and the energies that emanate from the highest levels of the superior worlds to our existence. It explains, often allegorically, the mysterious ways in which God guides the universe and the dynamic systems that are put in place to interact with nature and man. As depicted in the Kabbalah, the universe is guided by a complex system of forces or lights, which through their interactions provoke chain reactions that impact man and the world. The concept of quantum mechanics approximates the Kabbalistic view of the universe's fundamental unity and the idea that all semblance of separateness and differentiation becomes apparent only after filtration of the infinite life through the various spheros. So this section is almost the exact same as the previous essay, except for this Kabbalistic concept, the Radla. The configuration of Atik Yomim is superior to all the configurations and itself composed of the 10 spheros. Its manifestation is the same as Ma, Gematria 45 corresponding to the masculine principle, and its emancipation of the name Ban 52 corresponding to the feminine principle. It is the innermost configuration, the leading force, and the source of all others, the guiding force for all existence under the Partsuv Atik Yomen comprises the first three sephiros of its feminine aspect. Together they constitute the Radla, Rashis Delo Asida, the unknowable head. Radla, the acronym for the unknowable head. The term is found in the Zohar. The Radla encompasses all possible realities. Everything that comes or will come into existence has its root in it. The Radla is called unknowable because the outcomes of its actions in unfolding the creation are in no way graspable by our understanding or imagination. All possibilities exist within her, but in our perceived reality, they manifest themselves in all manner of uncertainty, in which what appears to be is and is not the same time. The counterintuitive notions of multiple and contrary realities are inherently paradoxical and unique to the Radha. So I was mentioning in the forgiveness about repenting out of love, the Kabbalists use this doctrine to say that you could change reality, and also some form of called magical, mystical Kabbalah, where theoretically you could change reality. Reality used to be like this, but really that was just one variation of reality, and in that you could change reality. So that would be like a practical explanatory example of like the person who did a serious grievance and then repented, and then it turned out that they never actually did it because somehow the fundamental fabric of reality was changed. The Radha and quantum uncertainty. In this section, key descriptions of quantum uncertainty and the Radha are just exposed in order to underscore their similarity of meaning. The sources regarding the latter are mostly the Ramchal's writing because his tendency to explain these concepts in a more systematic fashion than earlier sources. In drawing these comparisons, we are sensitive to a distinction between two categories of uncertainty: epistemological uncertainty, the inability of humans to know the ultimate reality due to limitations of their cognitive faculties, and ontological uncertainty, the inherent unknowability of ultimate reality due to its character. The former, which represents the term's ordinary usage, focuses on cognitive limitations of human beings, and the latter on the reality itself. The term inherent unknowability and character of reality are very difficult to define, but one instance of ontological uncertainty would be a self-contradictory reality. Although many of our quotations from Kabbalistic literature reflect only the thesis of epistemological uncertainty, several of the passages we will cite verge on, if not enter into, ontological uncertainty of the sort found in contemporary physics. 1. The fabric of reality. Leading physicists have underscored the inadequacy of classical physics in fully explaining physical existence, the quantum worldview, and the essential significance of the uncertainty principle. Kabbalistic sources similarly implicate the Radha construct as the ultimate source or progenitor of physical reality. We do not mean for the quotations to be mapped one-on-one. Rather, the quotations set out basic features of each theory, and we believe that taken as a whole, the writings of quantum physicists and those of Kabbalists who discuss Radha, the unknowable head, show similar approaches to understanding reality. Quantum physics. The great extension of our experience in recent years has brought to light to the insufficiency of our simplest mechanical conceptions, and as a consequence have shaken the foundation on which the customary interpretations of observation was based. Uncertainty is perhaps the central feature of quantum theory. The quantum is the crack in the armor that covers the secret of existence. I will conclude that extra dimensions really exist. They're part of nature. So those are quotes from physicists, quotes from Kabbalists. In the Radha, the secret of the union of Man and Ban at their highest level to become the origin of the total governance. Both quantum mechanics and the Radha conception relate to the notion of total governance of the universe. The Radha is the source. From it issues forth all uncertainty at the onset, the intrinsically incomprehensible universe. The overarching opinion of the leading quantum physicists is that essentially space-time and the fabric of the universe are unknowable by their very nature and not on account of the imprecision of our measuring devices. Similarly, the Kabbalah in places indicates that the workings of the Radha are fundamentally opaque to human reason, not because any limitations in our understanding per se, but as a consequence of Radha's inherent unknowability. The extent to which conceptual elucidation of this aspect of unknowability remained consistent across the centuries, spanning the writings of the Zohar, the Arizal, and the Ramchal, is noteworthy and attests to the author's conviction and fidelity to the Zohar's intended meaning. Quantum physics. These are quotes. Science cannot solve the ultimate mystery of nature, although this and the idea of the next quotation have been expressed often, even before quantum mechanics came to the scene. Quantum mechanics provides an explanation for why science cannot solve the mystery. We cannot know, as a matter of principle, the present in all its details. In more than 40 years, physicists have not been able to provide a clear metaphysical model of quantum reality. It is safe to say that nobody understands quantum mechanics. It's your Einstein quote. The creation lies outside of the scope of the known laws of physics. The very concept of space-time isn't precisely defined. In quotes from the Kabbalah. Ancient of all the ancients, concealed of all the concealed, acting and not acting, Radla acts to sustain all, not acting from our perspective because it is not in any way graspable. The Radla is called the superior concealed wisdom, a wisdom that may not be graspable or manifest. No one can understand it. Atika Kadisha, the most concealed of all that is concealed, heads of the heads, the construct above Arik in all worlds, a head which is not a beginning. There exist still higher realities than Radla, presently not understandable and will never be understood. It is called Radla because of all the uncertainties that are in it. We cannot imagine or know anything of the Radla. This is the concept of unknowable by its very nature, not merely unknown. All of this, the interaction of Ma and Ban in Radla, is a matter of uncertainty. Translation of indeterminacy and experiential reality. Quantum mechanics and the Kabbalah concur that the principles governing the existence of our universe at its most fundamental level operate according to the laws that differ radically from those mediating the day-to-day reality we experience. The paradoxical disconnect between the micro and macro worlds is amply acknowledged as the interface between quantum uncertainty and Newtonian mechanics and physics, and the relation of Radla to Arik Anpin and lower manifestations within the Kabbalah's hierarchical cosmology. Both disciplines go to great lengths in their attempt to delineate precisely what takes place at the critical interface, aptly described by Rav Moshe Schatz as the enigmatic great bridge between the quantum and familiar worlds. Ultimately, contemporary physics and the Kabbalah conclude that a thorough comprehension of the mechanisms responsible for transducing quantum Radla indeterminacy into experiential reality may never be achievable by dint of the former's inherent unknowability. So, quantum physics quotes, everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as real. All we know about the world are results of experiments, observations. We have no knowledge about the complete state of even a single particle in the quantum realm, which gives rise to the reality we perceive. In the Kabbalah, the 7 lower spheres of Atik Yoman are enclosed in the configuration Arik Anpin, and as I indicated, expressed within the governance of time. Arik Anpin Atik Yoman is the transition point between the unknowable thought of the Creator and the familiar concept of time. Likewise, quantum uncertainty is translated into familiar spacetime. The Radla is above Arik Anpin and is the secret of the union of the internal and temporal guidance. And from what occurs in the Radla emanates the main guidance conveyed by the Partsuvim. From the Radla to its outcomes in our experiential reality, we can grasp and understand nothing. The origin of the governments, according to amalgamations of Ma and Ban, is in Radla. In accordance to governments, the main governance of the Partsuvim arises. This is the next quotation states the events combination of Ma and Ban within the unknowable Radla gives rise to the familiar emanations of the lower Partsuvim. Likewise, we find all actions performed in this world come about according to these amalgamations. Nothing that is not rooted there can occur. Here we have homology to the translation of quantum uncertainty. All actions performed in this world come about according to these amalgamations. Nothing that is not rooted there can occur. In worlds and potentia, from the Copenhagen and other interpretations of quantum mechanics stems the spectacular and counterintuitive notion that all possible outcomes of an event as determined by statistical wave function indeed exist as potential states capable of exerting detectable influences within the Kabbalistic world. This remarkable concept is similar and encapsulated in the Kabbalistic account of Radla, quantum physics. In quantum mechanics, every possible outcome for an event exists in the unobserved state prior to the collapse of the wave function. In Kabbalah, every combination of man-ban that could possibly be found was, in fact, made. The inherent paradoxical universe, the tenets of quantum mechanics, and the Radla embody a definition of paradox that diverges from other conventional usages of the term. In general, we attribute paradox to an incomplete understanding of the event or state. We assume that the paradox would spontaneously dissolve upon elucidation of all its relevant components, belying an intuition that nature is inherently rational, non-paradoxical. Both quantum mechanics and the Kabbalah teach that this belief in the rational nature of physical existence is ultimately incorrect. At its deepest level, the unobservable universe obeys laws that are fundamentally paradoxical. Far from merely representing a manifestation of the incompleteness of our knowledge, paradox is the warp and woof of physical reality. So quantum physics. It's not that we can't simultaneously specify the position and momentum of an electron, but that it does not have a simultaneous specific position and motion. According to the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, the superposition of states comprises many possible, even mutually exclusive outcomes. A cat in a box that is both dead and alive is the famous Schrodinger thought experiment, or a single photon that passes simultaneously through slit A and B in the two-slit experiment. Each time the cat is observed, the wave function collapses, with repeated observations yielding one result or its opposite in seemingly random order. Although counterintuitive, the real world as we perceive it is a manifestation of this quantum uncertainty. In the Kabbalah, there are combinations which are opposites still. Both are there because partsuvim, which transmit the outcomes of the Radla, are constructed in a way that, and from these two opposites derive the qualities of the partsuvim. According to the dominants above, actions are carried out by the partsuvim. However, this is in no way evident or comprehensible. The head, Radla, from which we understand it, causes all the uncertainty. One moment it appears that the outcome is one thing, in another moment it looks like something else. If we look at it in this matter more deeply, it appears not this way, but in a changed manner. These uncertainties of the Radla are unlike the uncertainties of the familiar world. In the latter, we may be uncertain whether a thing exists or not, whether in truth all things perceived as uncertain are present in her. In our opinion, this description of the inherent paradox of reality is the most supportive Kabbalistic statement in favor of ontological as opposed to epistemological uncertainty. Unicity on a grand scale. In virtually all the iterations over the many centuries, prime directive of the Kabbalah remains disclosure of the absolute oneness of the Creator and the creation in the face of apparent separateness and individualization, with the Radla representing the critical nexus between the whole and its part. Mainstream interpretations of contemporary quantum physics point similar to a blatant interconnectedness of all particles and forces comprising the observable universe. Quantum physics. Quantum physics reveals a basic oneness of the universe. The world acts more like a single indivisible unit in which even the intrinsic nature of each part depends on its relationship to its surrounding. Experiments refuting challenges to quantum mechanics, especially that Allen aspect in 1982, implied that particles sharing common origins maintain an indefinite connectedness with one another, notwithstanding their separation in time and space. The inseparable quantum interconnectedness of the whole universe is the fundamental reality, and the relative independent behaving parts are merely particular and contingent forms within the whole. In Kabbalah, everything is connected to the Radla and is connected to all. It encompasses all. All reality is fundamentally governed by a single light. The forces comprised by the Radla are in actuality part of this encompassing light, so that the entire guidance of the universe is contained within each of its parts. Implications. We have attempted to show that the concepts analogous to those associated with quantum uncertainty are manifested in the Kabbalistic concept of Radla. In both Kabbalah and contemporary physics, the reality of the familiar macro world is entirely contingent upon fundamental but counterintuitive phenomena. Within these fundamental domains, there is no causality as we intuit, but rather a non-deterministic universe in which multiple, even mutually exclusive, possibilities coexist for every possible outcome or observation. In both systems, nothing is known concerning the mechanistic whereby events in the quantum Radla realm translate into phenomena or the experiential world. Seemingly random, on-cause fluctuations inherent to this realm limit what can be predicted about all future events. The Zohar writes that the Radla is not attainable by wisdom or knowledge, a head which is not understandable and will never be understood. These words are an equally adept depiction of the quantum world. It is interesting that the adherent of Kabbalah, if so disposed, has the capacity to embed quantum uncertainty within the Radla framework, thereby creating not only a parallelism but a synthesis between Kabbalah and quantum mechanics. The figure illustrates how such a synthesis might proceed in the scheme of the evolution of the boundaries of human insights into the fabric and working of the universe are represented by a set of 3 stacked cubes, a small classical box containing within an intermediate quantum box, which in turn is encompassed by a large Kabbalah box. The perimeters of the cubes denote the theoretical limits of fundamental knowledge about the universe attained by each discipline. In the classical era, Newtonian physics sufficed to resolve with quantum precision numerous queries concerning the mechanical operations of the universe. Deeper, more refined insights into the nature of reality could only be roughly approximated by or were entirely opaque to Newtonian thought and required the advent of quantum theory for the satisfactory resolution. The tenets of quantum mechanics dictate that it is impossible to predict future events with any degree of certainty because one can never attain full knowledge of the position of momentum of a single particle. But this statement may be true only within the quantum box, which restricted by establishes a barrier between which science cannot probe. By contrast, in Kabbalah, there are named constructs such as the masculine aspect of Atik Yomin and Adam Kadmon, which are beyond or outside the Radla. These divine manifestations lie beyond the reach of science, but are still potentially available to human insight. In this respect, the existence of the realm beyond Radla, Kabbalistic cosmology, differs from the tenets of quantum mechanics. How can this realm beyond the Radla be accessed? One plausible answer is prophecy. Indeed, the existence of a realm or outside the Radla affords a suggestion for understanding the nature of prophecy in the Radla framework. On rare occasions, the Creator confers upon select persons the capacity for prophetic vision. For the current perspective, one might say that in these instances, God wills individual minds to transcend space-time and the indeterminacy of Radla in order to glimpse the singularity reality of the divine plan. This would entail of necessity the suspension of the randomness of quantum uncertainty for as long as the Radla barrier is rendered permeable to the prophet's thought. Scripture suggests further that this anomalous peak behind the Radla curtain and the ensuing awareness of divine intent varies in duration and lucidity, commensurate with the stature of the individual prophet. We may go a step further, consider the Torah's account of the story of Bilam. The Moabite king Balak is cognizant of Bilam's capacity as a master conjurer and recruits him to curse the nation of Israel. According to the current suggestion, when not receiving Nevuah, Bilam's mind operates within the confines of Radla, on par with the rest of humanity. As such, his option to curse or bless Israel may be exercised as he sees fit. Not so when Bilam is made recipient of divine prophecy. Throughout the narrative of Torah, the Torah indicates that his power to choose a course of action is abrogated for the duration of the prophetic experience, and his activities are compelled to conform with the divine plan. The analogous mechanistic explanation would argue that the permutation of Radla membrane, when is enabling prophetic instruction, interfaces with and subjugates Bilam's will to the singular design, accruing from the divinely aspired collapse of the universal wave function, a state incompatible with personal agendas or autonomy. Conclusion. We have attempted in this essay to demonstrate that the operations of Radla, as described in the Zohar and the major works of the Arizal, Ramchal, and other Kabbalistic luminaries, bear suggestive and thought-provoking similarities to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, a pillar of quantum mechanics. Viewing these homologies in juxtaposition, we illustrate how they may inform our understanding of several fundamental cosmological principles, including the very fabric of creation, the translation of indeterminacy into experiential reality, and the intrinsically paradoxical but ultimately unified nature of the physical universe. Finally, possible implications of quantum Radla paradigm for epistemological and prophecy were considered. In short, two highly counterintuitive systems, one rooted in rigorous scientific experiment and the other in mystical thought, exhibit a striking convergence in their descriptions of certain fundamental aspects of existence. One might ask, what is the value of this exercise in comparative analysis? As we noted at the onset, many philosophers, historians, scientists, and the Of course, many of the religiously committed become fascinated by comparisons of the nature for a variety of reasons. The physicist Joel Primack and the historian of science Nancy Ellen Abrams have emphasized one important dimension, albeit they deal with cosmology rather than quantum mechanics. They were inspired to proclaim the following. We will turn to Kabbalah, medieval Jewish mysticism, as a possible source of language and metaphor, because certain Kabbalistic concepts fit our pictures amazingly well. Moreover, Kabbalah's cosmology gave meaning and purpose to the everyday lives of its adherents, which we hope may become possible with the scientific cosmology emerging today. The material presented in this article should be construed as a work in progress, one which has left many questions unanswered or only partially addressed. We hope that we have articulated the homologies between quantum physics and the Kabbalah in a balanced manner, refraining from leaps, even while insisting on quantum commonalities, and that this project will serve as a stimulus for further reflection and research on what we think is an intriguing way of relating Torah and Mada. Okay, so not sure if Dave's still around. If he is and wants to say something, he can. Otherwise, I have a few. This is on Chabad.org. So here's a series of 3 articles from Shipman on Chabad.org. And a lot of this has been covered in what I just read, but I'll try to avoid repeating. So here's uncertainty, unknowability, and free will in Kabbalah and quantum mechanics. That's the first part of 3. And almost everything in this is what I just read. And here he's advertising his book, Kabbalistic Panpsychism. So I have Kabbalistic Panpsychism. I just got it this week, and I'm currently about halfway through it. So in the second part, did Kabbalah anticipate the physics of David Bohm? And so basically everything I read in the first article and more is there. Here, this last one, Kabbalah and the Enigma of Consciousness. So there might be a few things in this one that wasn't in the other articles. So if Dave's still around, I see he left the links in the chat of some of the books he was quoting. So if he's still around, I'll let him chime in. Otherwise, I'll probably wrap up after reading this one. From a scientific and philosophical point of view, there is arguably no phenomenon as enigmatic as the origin and nature of consciousness. Consciousness and associated notions of top-down causation, quality, and free will have been largely neglected by the reductionist scientific community for many decades as illusions or epiphenomena, side effects of neurochemistry and brain physiology bearing no impact on the material world. Encouraged in large measure by recent interpretations of quantum physics, such as the assumed role of the observer in the unfolding reality, consciousness is now at the forefront of philosophical and neuroscientific inquiry. In the first 2 parts of the series, I demonstrated robust conceptual parallels between specific Kabbalistic constructs in both Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, a pillar of quantum mechanics, and the science of the 20th century physicist David Bohm. In those papers, it was argued that modern science and ancient Jewish mysticism display unprecedented degrees of confluence because both paradigms, one grounded in empirical research, the other revelation-based, may provide legitimate and complementary insights into the nature of reality. Notwithstanding the very different lexicons invoked in this third and final installment, I provide a conceptualization of consciousness based on mainstream, mainly Lurianic Kabbalistic principles in the context of contemporary psychology, quantum mechanics, and neuroscience. This article is a synopsis of a comprehensive theory of consciousness fleshed out of a book published, Kabbalistic Panpsychism, The Enigma of Consciousness in Jewish Mystical Thought, in which evidence was adduced from the writings of leading Kabbalistic and Hasidic authorities, buttressed by scripture, the Talmud, and other key Jewish sources, supporting a formulation of consciousness that is panpsychist in nature and informed by the tenets of Panentheism. Implications of Kabbalistic Panpsychism for free will, prophecy, Ethics, extrasensory perception, and cosmology were explored therein, and the epistemological value of such exercise is considered. Panpsychism and Panentheism. Panpsychism is a monist position asserting that consciousness or mind is a primordial and ubiquitous feature in all things regardless of size, scale, or complexity. According to this theory, all entities manifest an exterior objective dimension as well as an interior experiential phase. The latter is not to imply that electrons manifest human-like sentience, accrued anthropomorphism, but that they contain a modicum of proto-consciousness, allowing them to feel their existence at some rudimentary level. Panpsychism resolves philosopher David Chalmers' famous heart problem, how the physical matter brains gives rise to non-material mental states, and the existence of quality of subjective perceptual experiences such as the blueness of the sky, the taste of the strawberry, and the pain of childbirth, by affirming consciousness as fundamental to all things extant in the universe alongside matter, energy, and spacetime. Panentheism, not to be confused with pantheism, posits that God both transcends and is immanent in nature, a metaphysic that informs virtually all aspects of Jewish mystical doctrine, including the apprehension of consciousness. Either assertion alone that God is solely immanent in the universe, pantheism, or transcendent in creation, deism, is anathema to Orthodox Judaism. Insofar as Judaism acknowledges that human beings were formed in God's images, human consciousness may manifest both immanent, neural-based, and transcendent extracorporeal dimensions. While few doubt the role of the central nervous system in the mediation of consciousness, recognition of transcendent aspects of awareness, albeit more controversial and difficult to objectify experimentally, would have profound implications. The majority of neuroscientists today construe consciousness as a secretion and prisoner of the brain. The Kabbalah disagrees and raises the possibility that the transcorporeal non-local properties of human consciousness, facilitated by specific constructs within the Kabbalistic hierarchy and mirroring or entangling with transcendent aspects of divinity, may account for female intuition, prophecy, near-death experience, extrasensory perception, other paranormal phenomena documented in virtually every culture. Kabbalistic Panpsychism. Familiarity with the general Kabbalistic architecture and its main teachings is essential for grasping the Jewish mystical approaches to consciousness. Readers are encouraged to review the first two parts of the series, which explicate the basics of Kabbalah. So skip this. This is a repetition. Thus, inanimate objects, domim, consciousness informs form and substance, existence. In plant life, somatic, it enables growth and reproduction. In animals, chai, sentience. In humankind, medaber, self-awareness, rationality, and morality. As a panpsychist discipline, promulgating the ubiquity of proto-conscious spheros in every facet of all scales of creation, the Kabbalah effectively neutralizes Chalmers' heart problem consciousness, how subjective experience, quality emerged from the brain neurochemistry and electrophysiology. A major criticism leveled against constituent panpsychism is the so-called combination problem, how mediators of simple consciousness characteristics of lesser creatures synergize with higher organisms to yield more complex psychic phenomenon, in common with aspects of idealism and other forms of cosmopsychism. The Kabbalah renders this challenge moot by emphasizing the existence of a universal mind, the mind of God, which is top-down panentheism manner progressively reveals itself within the creation hierarchy. According to the Kabbalah, the mental pole of reality transcends and pervades the entirety of creation while remaining absolutely unified at its source. During the shattering of the vessels, a pivotal theme of Lurianic Kabbalah, only the vessels of bodily spirit broke and descended to the lower world of Bria Syria. The vessels of Moichem, the top three spheros, were blemished or descended in lower recesses of the world of Atzilus, but did not shatter for this reason. Although the body of every decasyrophotic system may consist of innumerable parts homologous to the seven shattered spheros, consciousness in all of its myriad forms and regardless of its level of complexity, representing the top three spheros, manifests exclusively as a unified whole. The concept is consistent with empirical impressions regarding the state of healthy human mind and figures centrally in the Kabbalah's understanding of consciousness. As described below, the Kabbalah comprehends consciousness to be hierarchical and holographically organized, relativistic, and capable of downward causation, metaphysical constructs unique to humankind. Argument, intrinsic neural consciousness, and manifests as self-awareness, enhanced intuition, and subjective moral autonomy. Relativistic consciousness. With publication of a special theory of relativity in 1905, Albert Einstein shook the foundations of physics and our reality by proposing the inviolate nature of the speed of light in a vacuum and the variability of spatial magnitude in the flow of time relative to the velocity of the observer. The Lurianic Kabbalah intimates that the conscious hierarchy pervading the creation is like space-time relativistic. The metaphysical basis of this assertion stems from the fact that the bottom spheros, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, and Malchus of a given world, the parts of are enclosed within Hishtalvis, the subjacent counterparts where they respectively serve as the ladders Chachma, Bina, Das, and Kesser. In other words, the lower non-conscious aspect of a superior construct are the brains of and impart consciousness to the immediate inferior entity relativity. Thus, when a mineral is incorporated within plant matter, the three top conscious spheros of the mineral are compactified within the essential seven lower bodily spheros of, say, a tree. The tree, in turn, completes its own decaspherotic structure by expression of three conscious conferring spheros, endowing novel properties of growth and reproduction, which lay latent within the mineral. In 1990, Bohm enunciated a striking parallel conviction that each mental side of every physical mental dipole becomes a physical side as we move in the direction of greater subtlety. The dynamic repeats itself when ascending from vegetable to animal life. The entire 10 spheros span of the plant is compressed as the unconscious seven bottom spheros of the animal, while the latter exhibits a new set of three top spheros mediating unprecedented animal sentience. The capacity for growth and reproduction empowered by the conscious spheros of the plant persist within the animal kingdom, which also manifests growth and reproduction, but are subsumed within the animal's unconscious seven body spheros. The three newly revealed mindful spheros confer awareness, emotion, and other neurological behavioral features to the animal not observed in plants. Upgrading from animals to humans, the 10 spheros of the former are compressed as unconscious bodily spheros, endowing humankind with a broad array of physiological and psychological functions indispensable to our survival. Completing the decaspherotic system is Homo sapiens, is a triad of newly revealed top spheros conferring attributes of self-consciousness, language, reason, creativity, free will, and morality unique to our species. Interest readers are referred to Kabbalistic Panpsychism for a discussion of the diverse implications of the schema presented here for female intuition, prophecy, human neuroanatomy, theory of mind, neuropsychiatric disorders, and artificial intelligence. The future of consciousness. In the previous publications, we illustrated the principle of interpenetration, Iskashris. The intimate bond exists not merely among the 10 spheros comprising any given particular, but also among like spheros chesed across all the cosmos' individual parts. We demonstrated how this principle may play out within and among the organs and tissues of a single organism, providing far greater levels of integration and wholeness than would otherwise be possible. The same metaphysics also manifests interpersonally within society at large. The Kabbalah intimates that whenever Alice emphasizes with, befriends, or loves another, call him Bob, she is in fact bonding interpenetration, the mini version of herself embedded in a concealed fractal inter-inclusion within the target of her affection. If Bob reciprocates in kind, then he similarly connects with the mini Bob within Alice. This outcome of such interaction is a spiritual exchange of Alice's mini Bob and Bob's mini Alice, thereby promoting the unification of both partners. This is akin to the khilaf between masculine aspects of the Partsuv Ima and the feminine components of the Partsuv Abba that, according to Lurianic Kabbalah, enhances the integrity and mutual affinity of both Partsuvim. What if Bob and Alice were to reiterate this bonding process with the creation-wide network of fractal counterparts? In line with Kabbalistic reasoning, such bonding may be critical for the revelation of a state of cosmic consciousness and beyond the 7th millennium. This emphasis here on the word revelation, because from the holistic parak of Oivi perspective of fitting unity where the creation's hierarchical scaffolding evaporates and all things are perceived as spiritually equidistant from the Godhead, there never was nor can there be any interruption of Alice's entanglement in interpenetration with the innumerable mini Alices disseminated as fractals in every nook and cranny of the cosmos, including the one within Bob. From the vantage point of Oivi, as in Bohm's implicate order, Alice is the sum total of all her scattered selves, period. Only from the mundane perspective of auric hierarchical unfolding of the reality necessary for the advent of apparent separateness, evil, and free will, or Bohm's explicate order, does Alice appear to our senses as a circumscribed individual disentangled from the rest of creation. It is noteworthy that similar ideas have recently surfaced on purely secular grounds on the basis of quantum mechanical non-locality entanglement and telepathy data accruing from rigorously conducted sensory deprivation experiments. Psychologist Adrian Nelson posed the following: to what extent do our inner mental landscapes penetrate during everyday life? To what degree might we be subtly exchanging information with others and our environment if consciousness reflects an intrinsic aspect of reality? It invites us to consider ourselves as part of a single evolving experiential system. Kabbalistic predictions regarding a future epistemology of consciousness are decidedly optimistic. The Kabbalah specifically alludes to the advent of a seventh millennium as a phase transition, when revelations will render tractable an appreciation of consciousness as a fundamental force of nature, and inaugurating humankind's ultimate journey towards a heightened state of cosmic consciousness. To the extent that the Kabbalah's position on consciousness is panpsychist in essence, disclosure of the seamless interpenetration of minds at the end of days would implicate both the animate and inanimate domains and culminate in the grand self-awareness of creation's unified underpinning, a hopeful harbinger of eternal peace when the unified name of God will be revealed and glorified. On that day, God and his name will be one. Concluding remarks. In this essay, attempted to show how panpsychism, contemporary physics, and the Kabbalah share common ground in their attempt to decipher the fiendishly elusive nature of consciousness. As such, ongoing dialogue among these disciplines could prove mutually reinforcing moving forward. The astonishing advances in cosmology, quantum mechanics, and neuroscience we are witnessing today in fulfillment with the Zohar's prophecy may supply the Kabbalah with powerful analogies and cogent vocabulary, rendering the wisdom of esoteric Torah more accessible to modern audiences. As a quid pro quo exploration of the profound and splendidly imaginative Kabbalistic tradition may demarcate novel avenues of scientific inquiry and enlighten the enterprise of consciousness study. Okay, so God bless. Not sure if Dave is still around. Give him 1 second. So I'm gonna, wrap up, soon. My thoughts here. So Dave, you are still here. So, any final comments? I guess I got 5 hours here, so that's my week in review. I covered everything I wanted to cover. So, glad you joined me. Anything you want to add?
No, I look forward to more discussions. Maybe we can look at some of the other approaches, superdeterminism, or many worlds over the next few months, whenever that's convenient and people drop in. Thank you.
Yeah, you're dropping them. I try to do this every Sunday night, and usually right at the beginning, I just share some links of interesting things or my activities that I'm sharing, and sometimes I have guests, although I'm usually always amenable to guests, and I try to read a few papers, usually on a topic, something related to what I'm researching, generally things that interest me in terms of consciousness, history of science, philosophy of science. So certainly I have in the past, talked about Everett's and the multiple worlds. It's definitely a topic I want to return to. The last few weeks I was talking about the history of molecular biology. I covered Schrodinger's What is Life, and talking like biological theology. So I'm not sure what I'm going to go to next week, but you message me if you have some interesting articles to share. But yeah, I try to keep myself active, so every week to at least review and read through a few papers.
Okay. Yeah, I've gotten some software packages together that help to make much more accurate and helpful transcripts than the automatic transcripts that YouTube generates for you. Would you be interested in me working some of those up and just sending them to you as subwritten files. Oh, you just have to go into the video and put it there, and people that can't hear it will be able to read pretty good transcripts.
What are you saying, from my streams?
Yeah, that I would just put up the annotations, send them to you, and you would then put them in as CCs. So instead of the automatic CC, which is pretty much word by word, this would actually be real sentences with the speaker names.
Yeah, awesome. That sounds great.
Great.
And are you on the board of directors of Active Inference?
No, I don't really have any official capacity.
But are you still joining their streams regularly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually catch them in repeat, and I tend to watch things in 2-speed, just because I'm busy but I watch almost all the Active Inference content, so I've listened to tens of hours of your commentary, and the guests are always interesting. And I think that and I don't know if it's Daniel or Ali that makes the PowerPoints. Those are awesome. I'm constantly enjoying that content, and I'm not sure exactly how to corroborate. I mean, it's just nice that there's people researching that and content. I guess it's good that you're part of those discussions and read those papers and work at it. But so I try to read some of the papers, but a lot of times I just watch the content in 2-speed. Although I do end up opening and at least skimming through the majority of the papers that the streams are about, and try to keep on top of the Science of Consciousness conference is coming up in Italy next week. I had hoped to potentially go to it, but it was just too much for me to put together a week trip to Italy. I didn't even get my passport ready, or just it was too much for me to go. But I will look forward to watching those videos that they usually release a few months after the conference of all of the presentations. And I just love the topic. So I'm glad you reached out. Glad to corroborate, and happy to stream work together in the future.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Enjoy.
Okay. Yeah. Have a great day. I guess it's night here in Detroit. Is about midnight, and so you have a beautiful day there in the Philippines, and appreciate you joining, and feel free to join anytime.
Excellent. Thank you. Bye now.
Okay. So have a great day. So just say my final remarks. So I don't have any streams planned this week, and the Automate conference is the week after this in Detroit, so I will stream that, and that will be awesome. For people who like my engineering streams, I will be going to Detroit and the Robotics Automate conference, and they will have on display the latest robotics gadgets and related computer software, machine learning, and some of that stuff is really awesome. Like picking up various things, and to some extent, machine learning related to robotics is cutting edge. Like ChatGPT is one thing, but the algorithms that they use for machines in factories to so to say intelligent robotics, so that will all be on display, and it'll be huge. There'll be the huge robotic arms that I did last year. So anyone in Metro Detroit, it's a free expo conference at Huntington, the Old Cobo Hall. I think it's 4 days or 3 days next week. But I don't have any conferences planned this week. Thursday, I should stream with Michael. I'll continue the introduction to Hebrew prayers. We will go over Shemona Esrei, the Hebrew word for word. Hopefully we'll do the weekday and the Sabbath, and some of the the Rosh Chodesh insert, and the Kedusha, and hopefully we'll continue with the series, and then do the Torah reading and the prayers, the ending prayers, and the blessings. So as long as Michael wants to continue with the series, he just had something come up this week. And this man, Chitash, that I showed at the beginning, is interviewing me Thursday locally. So I invited him to come to my house. I'm not sure if they'll be live streamed or recorded. I'll post later, but I'll share that on social media. So God bless everyone. Have a great night. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great week, and we'll see you next week.